he always runs smart, so he'll be in a good position. He'll be running smart the whole way, and there's no doubt if he has a good day, he can definitely be right up on the podium.
Now, Guzman is an interesting character because he's representing Malta, resident in the US at the moment, training with Tin Man Elite, and he is stepping through to the marathon, actually. This is part of his process of going through the marathon. So he ran the 65-minute half in the US not long ago. I think that was November. So he just wants to come here and just see where the speed is at as he goes through and has his eye on the marathon. Obviously, probably, I'd say, leading through to World Champs next year. That transition, you haven't done the marathon as yet, Mr. McSwain. Not sure where that sits in your little agenda, but obviously you've seen the boys like Brett and Jack and also people like Sinead and Izzy going through that marathon transition. How do you think that helps or hinders when it comes to a 10K track race?
Yeah, I think it probably helps for the 10K purely just because it's more of an aerobic event. So he's going to be aerobically going to be really fit. So he's going to be strong over the full 25 laps. He's going to be hard to drop. And if he's building up to the marathon, he's obviously in good shape. And if he's keen to run a 10K in December, I think he's ready. So he's definitely a guy to watch out. He's going to be a bit of a dark horse. He's been on the international circuit for years and has done really well. So he's a guy to keep an eye out for tonight.
He certainly is. Any others you've got your eye on there, Mitch?
There's so many names, as we said, that we can mention. I think Matt Clark is another one. He's sort of made his way through the road ranks this year as well. I believe he competed pretty well over in Adelaide in the 12K champs. Might have even won it from memory, but he's somebody who seems to just keep stepping up. Really good story in athletics, sort of came back from being away from the sport. He went to the Olympics for the steeplechase. I think he's a tough competitor. I think if he's around, he'll be able to try and latch himself on. Can he win it? Anybody can win it, but I think he's somebody that can really make his presence felt. Another one who I haven't heard too much of this year, Jack Bruce. I think he's training up in Queensland at the moment. He's running the 28s for the 10K. He had a really good collegiate career years ago. Is he somebody, Stewie, that can sort of pop out of the pack? I mean, you've run these before. Do these guys have in the back of their mind, we might be fit, but there could be a wild card amongst us here?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jack Bruce is a good championship racer. Obviously won the Australian 3K championships last year, so it shows on the biggest stage he steps up. So I've heard he's in good shape, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's in that lead pack most of the way tonight.
I think with Clarkey too, we're looking at that stage now where he's a little bit fearless. He's sort of in the, got nothing to lose in these types of events, so I wouldn't be surprised if Clarkey, was right up there.
Yeah, I think with Clarkey, he's always going to get on the pace. So he'll put himself in a good position. He's had an amazing winter and a really strong track season as well. So he's going to be ready to go. And he's going to be, as you mentioned, he's going to be right in the mix and put himself right in a good position.
Now, obviously, there's plenty of other events here at Zatopek. The Nick Wall will be coming in and talking about the 4x4s at some stage. Always an exciting, part of the event, putting the relays in. The 4x4s with the Victorian Championship, the culmination for both men and women. We've also got the 800 for men and some 1500s on as well. Mitch, any names in those fields that you're looking forward to watching?
I think it's the 4x4 is always a favourite because I think it really brings together that club rivalry. Sometimes it gets a little bit lost in translation over the summer, but you see these boys all getting around each other and the likes like the Glenn Huntleys, the old Melburnians, everything like that. It's that fierce rivalry when they come together. I love seeing Mike Tsotsos out on the track, so I'm hoping he's out there this evening. But I think every time that event comes on, eyes are glued to the track and it's always incredibly fascinating. Obviously, our women's 800 won't go ahead. I think a few of them have now jumped into the women's 1500. So that field's only going to get better. And in terms of the men's 1500, it's always quick. I know it's windy and there's usually one person, and look, I say that as somebody who used to do it, who goes out at an absolute blistering pace to try and run everybody off their feet. So I think it's going to be interesting. Names that grab me, hard to tell. I think a lot of the really, really class names are in those bigger distances, but that's not to say that these aren't going to be absolutely flying.
Exactly right. Sorry, just losing my voice. We've also got the field events. We've got the Steve Hooker pole vault. Let's try and shine some light on that event as well, because you've got 10 teams where they're paired off, and it'll be the combined height between those men and women pairings. We're hopeful Steve will be back. I don't think Steve's missed one since it's been on, so it'd be great to have the great Steve Hooker back in the stadium again. And the Gary Honey long jump. I think there's 5 pairings there, also doing a similar deal with the combined distances in the men's and women's long jump. So plenty on here at the Zatopek. The crowd will be coming onto the track for the 10,000 metre event, so bear in mind if you're on the home straight, it'll be from the steeplechase round to the 50 metre mark. We'll let the crowd onto the track. Stu, what's it like when you've got the crowd out there?
Yeah, I think it makes a huge difference, especially after you're probably at halfway, 10, 13 laps in. Having that crowd makes such a difference, especially if you're in the hurt locker. It's maybe for the guys that are having good days, you probably switch off a little more, but if you're in the hurt locker, you need the crowd. And it's weird, you think you wouldn't hear, but you pretty much hear every cheer when you're out there, and it kind of is a nice distraction as well. So the crowd makes a massive difference. I think any athlete will say if they have a good performance, the crowd's played a massive role. So if the crowd can get pretty loud tonight, especially when those 10Ks are on, it will make a huge difference for the athletes.
Now, I believe we'll be throwing to Nick Wall, who's going to be co-commentating. So Nick will be doing a lot of our interviews. So welcome to the team again, Nick. We're really looking forward to those insightful interviews you have post-event with all the athletes.
Thanks, Tim. And you just touched on the 4x4 tonight that I'm most excited about. We've got Olympian Kendra Hubbard running the 4x4 for her club. You've got the Geelong team who are going to challenge the Melbourne rivals of Old Melburnians and Collingwood. Some of our all-schools champions, one to watch Caleb Kirkpatrick, who ran 48.3 in the weekend, talented young junior from Geelong in that team. In the field that you mentioned, we talk about teams events. It doesn't get any bigger than the mixed challenge in the long jump and the pole vault. So 10 teams, as you mentioned, in the pole vault. We're trying to get those girls and guys up over 9 metres as a combined team. Mark Stewart's got them all colour-coded, ready to go. And in the long jump, it's the combined 5-team challenge. So again there, can we get one of our major teams up over around 12 metres? That would be something pretty special to win that one. The 800, you talked about who you might be looking for. 2 athletes stepping up tonight. Luke Major, Jamie Harrison. 400 one-lappers. Luke in the case of the hurdlers. Now going up over 800. So they'll start the night off, I think, in a really good sort of setting for us. Athletes starting a new season. I can see them warming up down there now. Riley Bryce in the Old Zabs colours as well, representing. And a rising fast pacer out there setting the standard for Fab's crew. So, Tim, I'm excited about what the action's going to happen. We're going to start, of course, with those field events, and I'll be down the ground giving you updates throughout the night and calling the excitement of the 4x4s and the Victorian State Championships.
Thank you, Nick, and it will be an absolute delight once again working with you here at the Zatopek for 2022. Stuart McSwain, thank you so much for being part of the pre-event show. I hope you enjoy the action tonight, and I'm sure you'll be cheering for some of your mates out there.
No, thanks a lot for having me on, and yeah, it's going to be an awesome night at athletics. Hopefully this wind can die down, the sun's out, which is always nice, so yeah, looking forward to a lot of exciting races tonight.
Thanks again, Stu. Mitch, we now take up position in the commentary position, and we'll be looking forward to that 6:10 start for the 800s.
I'm very excited. It'd be nice to get out of this wind just a little bit, Stewie. Thank you so much. And looking the best on the track tonight, I must say as well. So, Tim, let's get up there and let's get this thing started.
All right, thanks, Mitch. And let's get into a 2022 Zatopek 10,000 here at Lakeside Stadium.
So welcome to Lakeside Stadium for Zatopek 10 2022. We've just left the Australian All Schools on the weekend, which kick-started the Athletics Australia season. We saw some amazing highlights there from the junior stars. Some of those 3,000 metre runners we'll be seeing back in action tonight. But tonight we're going to be starting with the 2 laps. So the shortest of the track races tonight individually. And as I said, I'm looking forward to some of our 1-lappers stepping up over to 2 laps here at Lakeside. For those who are just making their way into the stadium now, you'll see exciting later on tonight. You'll get the opportunity to stand on that track, cheer on Australia's best distance runners as they try to take home a national title. It's also the Vic Doubles of the Victorian Championship. The history of the Zatopek 10, phenomenal. We'll be going through a little bit later on tonight. But the long history, absolute class athletes, Drew McSwain, who we've just been talking to, multiple winner, 17, 18 and 19. And a couple of his training partners have taken up the last 2 editions, of course, in Brett Robinson and Jack Rayner. The first time this year, we have 2 titles in the 1 year. There was a January title, so Jack Rayner could be the first one to win the same Zatopek in the same year, win 2 of them. That would be something that I think he'll be aiming for tonight. Rose Davies going for 3 in a row to join some very special class athletes. And then meanwhile in the junior events, I think they're probably my favourites of the night, the 3Ks. They told you a bit of that field. Unfortunately, last year's winner's not going to be fronting tonight. That's Thomas Diamond, the Victorian. But the other sub-8-minute man in the field, It's going to be the man from Queensland, Sprotty. Sprotty, of course, coached by Jaden Russ down from Brisbane Athletics. He's off to college next year, but tonight he's going to be trying to leave Australia with a 3K Dika Stella title. In the women's, well, Amy Bunnage is the class athlete there that we will be watching. As we said, Tim, Stewie and Mitch have touched on that already. But we're about 3 minutes away from the start here at Lakeside. Action aplenty coming your way. So first event of the evening, event number 1, it is the men's 800 metres open. In lane 1's your pacemaker, Oscar Mazaraki. In lane 2, Joshua Perdrasat of Victoria. In 3, visiting from South Australia, Jack Atherton. In lane 4, Jamie Harrison. In lane 5, training partner Luke Major. In 6, Matthew Goff. And in 7, Riley Bryce. So 6 starters with the pace, men's 800 metres. So I talked about earlier, we're looking forward to seeing the stepping up here of both Major and Harrison, but the other one, of course, is Joshua Perdrasat, the former Australian All-Schools 400-metre champion. He's the one that's just moved into third with the headband. We're going to see him later go on tonight around for Geelong as well in the 4x4. So he'll sit on the pace, and then follow just behind them will be the Collingwood athletes. That's Harrison first, Major. Then we go back to Goff, Glenn Huntley, the South Australian Atherton, and trailing off the back at the moment, Riley Bryce, but he's only 5 metres off our actual leader. So Mazaraki setting a good pace here. They haven't quite gone with it. They're about 5 metres off at the moment, and the first of those runners in the field proper is the man from Geelong, Joshua Perdrasat. So Mazaraki's done a good job of piloting the field through. They're going to sit somewhere, I reckon, about 54 seconds at the bell. So Mazaraki comes through now. It's going to be right on 54. Perdrasat's next. Harrison stalking him. Major looks really comfortable. These guys went head-to-head at the first Vic Milers Club meet of the season. Goff next. Riley Bryce moving up nicely. And Atherton, the interstate visitor at the moment, got a bit of work to do. So 300 metres goes. Mazaraki steps off our pacemaker. Good move there from Harrison. Bryce is the big one in the back, though. He's moved from 6th up into 3rd. Major tussling, trying to push him out at the 200. On the inside, Perdrasat's got to get going now if he wants to be in the finish. Right now, though, Bryce is trying to chase down Jamie Harrison. So Jamie Harrison, the former Bendigo runner, now in the Collingwood colours. He's got 3 metres on Bryce. Bryce is an experienced finisher, though, the man very experienced from the pros from Hippo Squad. So it is Bryce on the outside of Harrison. Harrison finds another gear, though, in the last 50. Arms pumping. Bryce is going to have one more go at him. The race on for third, Major and Perdrasat, but Harrison on the inside takes it. Goes under 150 for the first time. 149.36. Bryce, Perdrasat, Major, our South Australian there, Atherton, and then Goff. But Jamie Harrison stepping up over 2 laps. I was looking forward to what he was going to do. It's a blustery night here at Lakeside, and he's gone sub 150 the first time. Bryce has dipped under it also, and Major also quite good there in the fight for third with Perdrasat. What do you think of that one, Mitch Dyer?
Incredibly. Well, that was very impressive to be able to hold your form on the inside rail as well as hard. He was coming in so fast on the outside there, Bryce. Looked like he was just going to get the dip over the line, but phenomenal job to go under 150 as well. You're in December. That is very, very exciting for the season ahead.
Only a young athlete, of course. Jamie Harrison too. As I said, 400 metre man stepping up. So really promising signs here for the 2-lap event here. Of course, these guys are all running with Steve Fabrice there, rising fast. We saw him setting the pace out in front. Oscar Mazzaraki did a good job for them. And Steve Fabrice, of course, he's probably got his best 800 metre run, not even in this one tonight. I think he's in the 1500 metre field later on.
He is. Lund's going to be racing a little bit later. He's doing a really good job down there. And to be able to step up from the 400 and have something left at the end of an 800 is incredibly encouraging. Obviously, they're doing a lot of good aerobic work down there. So that's a massive tick in the step up the distance. And now his year gets interesting now, doesn't it? Where does he stay? The 1 lap or the 2? I think it's going to be hard to pass up the 2 now.
And I think if Luke Major just keeps stepping up over that distance, the steeplechase won't be too far away with all his hurdles experience.
Hey, he's going to be scary, I reckon. I think Matt Clark might be starting to reassess whether he comes here and runs the 10K next year. He's got to worry about Luke Major.
All right, I'm going to head down now, and I might even grab Jamie Harrison before he departs the track.
We've got a little bit of time, Nick, before we head. Sorry, a little bit of time before we head to that for women's 3K. So we will get Nick down to talk to Jamie Harrison. Now, good to see Riley Bryce repaid our faith. He was a late entry in that event, the 800, just squeaked himself in late. And gee, what a run, Mitch. So
well, all you need is an opportunity, isn't it? He just needed to put himself in there. And as I was just saying with Nick, to be able to run a little bit wider and try and make your way around with the last 50 to go, it's really hard to keep that momentum. And to be able to hold it to the line under 150 is not easy to do. So to do it in December is really, really impressive. So what a great start to the evening's events.
Certainly is. So we'll wait for Nick to get in position and hopefully grab a Jamie. But let's do a little preview here of this women's 3K. They are starting to get themselves organised over there at the 200 metre start. And looking at that women's field, as we said, Amy, earlier on the preview, Amy Bunnage, 9:03 as a PB. At her age, that is moving. Set in the APS final, I think it was, Mitch, the 9:03. She's got a 2:09 for 800, 4:14 for 1500, both set in this last season or so. What do you say about Amy Bunnage?
Oh, she's so class, Tim. I mean, to be able to come back here and potentially go back-to-back, you don't see it very often. And it is a great field set behind her as well. It's just that Amy Bunnage is running so incredibly well. So I think it's, as we spoke about in the pre-race, I think it will be a championship type affair. I think the pack might stay a little bit bunched, and that might be able to let some of these other women in with an opportunity. But Amy Bunnage, you can't take anything away from her. She's been very solid over a couple of years.
Yeah, but when you look at the Australian rankings for the under-20s in the 3,000 metres, we have 1, 2 and 3 for 2022. So Aspen Anderson, she's a 9:31 girl. Also a 2:12 for the 800, 4:31. And a 16:45 for the 5,000 metres. So I think that indicates that Aspen is more of that top ender rather than the true speed. And then we've got Gabrielle Schmidt. She's a 9:35 girl, but also 2:14 and 4:27 over the 1,500 metre journey. So once Nick Wall is ready, we will throw down to Nick, and he will do our first of our interviews. Nick Wall to get himself in front of the camera where the pre-show was, and we'll do our interview in front of the camera.
Okay, I need one more. Beautiful. Here we go. We've got a volunteer. All volunteers. So what we've got, I'm going to have the call room line me up with the
So let's throw down Nick Wall with Jamie Harrison.
Thanks, Tim. So, Jamie, that was an impressive debut at the Zatopek over 2 laps.
Yeah, thanks. We would just sort of, obviously had that race at Miles a few weeks ago, but we sort of went through pretty well. So, just chatted with Fab after that. We wanted to have a bit of a crack tonight, and it seems to have paid off reasonably well.
So, obviously, the 800's the new choice for the season. Will it mean you still race some 400s? Because you've obviously got some real speed as well. Are you going to race 4s throughout in the lead up to Nationals, or is it just 8s from now on?
I mean, I think that's something we'll have to chat with Fab about, and we'll probably have to come to an informed decision about that. But a lot of the training has sort of definitely been tailored around moving up to 8, sort of both in the sort of immediate and longer term. Yeah.
The race tonight, you felt Riley Bryce on your shoulder that last bit, had to dig deep. Different feeling to the 1 lap, the 2 laps trying to sprint home that last 50, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it's shocking. I was really just thinking about keeping those arms pumping, and yeah, like, sorry.
That's all right, I'm going to forgive you.
Definitely feeling it now, but
You now know what it feels like when they grab those swimmers out of the pool at your post-race. Now, Fabs, Steve Fabrice here with me. You've got a pretty good squad coming together now. There's a real mould. You had Oscar, obviously, pacemaker. You had a few in the top group there. You've talked about culture before in the squad. What are you building this summer?
Oh, look, we're just very fortunate. We've got some really good leaders like Connor Fry and Will Lewis who kind of set our standards at training and the way we go about things. So for Jamie to come in, who was obviously coached expertly by Fitz for a couple of years, we had a really good handover and kind of viewed this as a couple-year project. And he started really well. 3 runs to get sub 150 off a max week of 22K, I think, last week. It's a pretty exciting future.
Thanks, guys. Look, it's a great run tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Rising Fast squad does. Jamie, awesome run. Congratulations.
thank you kindly.
No worries. Back up to you upstairs. As the 3,000 metre runners just make...
Okay, just a bit of a public service announcement. If we could have our club volunteers to report to their event sites to start helping with that, particularly the pole vault. If our club volunteers could start reporting to their event site so we can get underway with the action. All right, lined up, ready to go. It is the Ondieki 3,000 metres. It is the 28th running of this event. The event record 9:03.64, set in 2001 by the great Melissa Rollerson. Last year our champion was Amy Bunnage in a time of 9:37.63. The Australian under-20 record is 8:44.1 set by Donna Gould, and the Australian under-18 record 9:02.11 set by Eloise Poppet/Wellings. Our field of 17 is Amy Bunnage, Aspen Anderson from Queensland, Gabrielle Schmidt also from Queensland, the Victorian Gabrielle Vincent, Charlie Rose Carlian from Western Australia, from New South Wales, Lee Winwood, also from New South Wales, it's Hannah Anderson. From Victoria, Lily Overton, also Abby Butler, Daisy Sudholz from Ballarat, Neve Tabbitt, the Victorian, Tully Rowe from Bendigo, Haiwan Wilson from New South Wales, Emma de Jong from Victoria, Emma Hossack also, she's in station 15. Balafari is in 16, and rounding out the field, the Diamond Valley's very own Vicky Vanderkamp. There are 17 starters in the women's under-20 Ondieki 3,000 metres. So underway, Mitch, 7.5 laps. Let's see how this pans out. We're saying we're looking at a championship race, but I think Amy Bunnage straight to the lead. Lockie?
I think we might have put the Moz on it a little bit early there, Tim, to try and call a championship race, as Amy Bunnage now just wants to try and stretch her way down this home straight and see who is game enough to come with her. It is Aspen Anderson right behind her, so our 1-2 punch, the two fastest, are now going to try and make it a little bit of an interesting affair as they make their way through the first 200 metres, and certainly not messing about with pace as the rest of the field tries to find a spot towards the rail. You don't want to be too far out. It is only 7.5 laps, but to run any further than you need to just seems unnecessary, as Bunnage now just continues with that early pace.
Yeah, the conditions a little bit blustery, as we're saying. We're seeing the gap already forming with Anderson the one to go. Gabrielle Vincent's in next position. I think Sudholz might be then holding that next place. Now the gap just staying fairly stationary there. We'll get a fix here as they go through that first lap. About a 68 thereabouts. So on a pretty rapid pace, Mitch.
Yeah, they certainly are at this rate. That is absolutely flying, and Amy Bunnage not waiting for anybody. She's more than happy to just keep this one ticking along. So as we said, she is the prized athlete of this field. She was the winner last year, a 9:03 PB, Amy Bunnage, and it seems just about everything she touches turns to gold. So she'll try and replicate that here as she now forms about a 10-metre gap towards Aspen Anderson, who gets caught in a little bit of no woman's land here, but certainly still on a hot pace. As right behind her, you're exactly right, as Gabrielle Vincent, who's going to lead through a string of women behind her. It's Schmidt tucked in nicely. And a little bit further back on the rail there is Hannah Anderson, who finds herself with a little bit of room in the pack, but it's all Amy Bunnage at the moment out in front.
Well, that 68 indicates an 8:30 finish time. I'm not saying we're going to get that, but it just shows you the strength at which Amy Bunnage has gone out, and I think Anderson's made that strategic decision that she's not going to try and hold that is so far under her PB that's not funny, and it's best to just sit back. Maybe the chasing pack might start to bring her in a little bit sooner than we thought, but Gabrielle Vincent leading that chase pack. She's got a 4:25 1500 to her name, and she is was the national champion under 17 over 800. So Vincent has a bit of toe. Training quite nicely at the moment, and we're seeing her just run strongly with Anderson basically in no woman's land at the moment. It's Amy Bunnage. We could be looking at record pace here tonight.
Yeah, well, if this continues, we certainly will be, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon, as we'll get a very good understanding of what sort of pace Amy Bunnage is on as she approaches the 1 kilometre mark. And I think you're right, Tim, at the moment, Aspen Anderson just doing everything she can to stay on a really hot pace, but the pack is behind her there as we approach this 1 kilometre mark, and it's 2:55 on the clock. So we are well under the 9-minute pace through the first third of this race, as now we see Aspen Anderson hit it just a bit over 3 minutes. So this entire field, or that at least front pack, is well and truly underneath their PB pace. And we do tend to see that from time to time here at the Zatopek 10. The Ondieki 3000 brings out the best in some of these junior women. There's been a plethora of talent that has won it in the past to go on and have stellar careers. And at the moment, it's Amy Bunnage who is in the driver's seat as she's under 9-minute pace.
She certainly is, and at this stage we've just gone through that one. Actually, we haven't got the split on that one, but she's certainly under the 9-minute pace at the moment and not looking to slow down at all, so she's now out to about 75-metre lead.
Well, just running with full confidence at the moment, Amy Bunnage hasn't pivoted her head once to look around to see where the rest of the field is. Just smooth as butter as she makes her way down this home straight. This is a real treat for everybody to be able to observe as we see this pack now. They start to disband a little bit. So it was a group of about 10. It now dwindles down to 8, trying to get on the back of Aspen Anderson. And as we see going through the start-finish line now, 4:07, so still well on pace here at the moment, Amy Bunnage, as now these women start to sort themselves out behind her. It is going to be still Aspen Anderson behind there, so too Gabrielle Vincent. Tucked in nicely is Gabrielle Schmidt, and right on the tail of them is Abby Butler. So as these women make their way through the start-finish line, it is a commanding lead at the moment for Amy Bunnage on the back straight.
So we are looking at a position now where Melissa Rowlandson's event record, 9:03.64, set right back in 2001. That is on the line tonight, Mitch, as we see Amy Bunnage going through there. So the pace still on. She's still sitting at that sub 9-minute pace. This is going to be a really interesting chase for that time, and I think that's what Amy Bunnage is certainly doing now, as we're seeing a little bit of a change. Vincent stepping forward. Looks like she's now gone into that second position.
Well, the one who's tucked in really nicely there as well, Tim, in that pack has been Gabrielle Schmidt. She hasn't assailed to the lead in that group yet, and she's just tucked in nicely on that shoulder. And Amy Bunnage is making this look easy, but this is incredibly difficult to go out there at pace and do it on your own. And she's at the moment going through the motions as she's going to approach the 2-kilometre mark. The pack behind her is now dwindled down to 3. It is going to be Aspen Anderson who just jumps on the back of the 2 competitors in front of her and will be able to benefit from the pull that they'll give her, as the pack is completely disbanded at the moment behind. All these women are on very fast times. There's going to be a lot of PBs coming out of this Ondieki race if they can keep going with the momentum. But let's get a real close look at what Amy Bunnage is going to go through the 2-kilometre mark in. It'll really set up whether that record is still well and truly under threat.
So running clock here, we're looking right, we're going to be under that 6-minute mark. Can we get young Amy Bunnage under the 9 minutes? It's a rarity in the under 20 age group. It will be an event record here at the Zatopek for the Ondieki race. Let's get the crowd behind Amy Bunnage as she enters that last kilometre. As we see the chasing pack there, Gabrielle Vincent still doing a mighty job. Schmidt's right with her. She's got a 16:57 5K, so she's got the legs for the distance here. And Anderson, she's also a 16:45 over 5. So they're looking at the young lady there, Vincent, who's the 8:15 type, just trying to take them through and get them through into this last K.
Yeah, well, they've certainly picked up the pace as well. You can see the cadence in their legs really starting to shift through. There's 2 laps to go for Amy Bunnage. She is on an absolute, this is a clinic in 3,000 metre running at the moment. Some of the tougher laps of the event are coming right now. This is where you're so close to the end, but it can feel like it's a little way away. But Amy Bunnage is looking in total control out there as she approaches the back straight. And as you mentioned, it's the speed of Gabrielle Vincent who's going to try and pull the rest of this crew through. It's Aspen Anderson just off the back of them, and Schmidt looking really good tuck behind. She's run a really tactical race, not to have to get to the front and brace this wind, but on the back straight, approaching a very solid margin at the moment is Amy Bunnage, and that record is still under threat here.
It certainly is. So Butler's taking the next group through at the moment. Looks like Anderson might have broken there, and it might be the podium position's just about settled here, but it is Schmidt who's looking fairly good, sitting off the back of Vincent. Vincent doing all the work into the wind. But round 500 metres to go here. Amy Bunnage, this is exciting. Let's get behind the young lady, represents the Mentone Athletic Club. She has put on an absolute show here today over 3,000 metres. Will we see that event record go? 2001, Melissa Rollinson said it. Can Amy Bunnage wipe her name off the list?
Well, Amy Bunnage, look at the clock here. It is 7:49, so she needs to run just under that 3-minute K pace for this final lap to go not only under the record, but under the 9-minute magical marker. As Amy Bunnage now, 350 metres to go. It would have been a clinic if somebody was close to her. It's a demolition at the moment with 300 under the 9-minute pace as she approaches the back straight. Our next two athletes come through now. It's Gabrielle Vincent, 8:12 on the clock as well, so it's incredibly fast, but all eyes are glued to the middle of this back straight at the moment as Amy Bunnage, 200 metres to go to potentially etch her name into the history books of the Ondieki 3,000 metres.
As we see the ribbon coming out, that famous Zatopek finish ribbon, we're seeing Amy Bunnage absolute put on a clinic here this afternoon at Lakeside Stadium. Let's get behind her, crowd. This is awesome running over 3,000 metres. Amy Bunnage, will she rewrite the record book? Mitch, you can call it in.
Well, she's got 16 seconds to make her way down the home straight. If it's not going to be under 9 minutes, she's well under the record at the moment. Amy Bunnage, she wheels out to lane 2. She's been on her own from the first 600 metres. Watch the clock, 59, 9 minutes on the nose for Amy Bunnage. And that is a new Ondieki 3,000 metre record on her haunches, and deservedly so. That was an exhibition of 3,000 metre running as Amy Bunnage takes it out back to back. Under 20 Ondieki 3,000 metre champion, and the kick down to the line is going to go the way of Gabrielle Schmidt. 9:23, 9:24 on the clock. And behind her now is Gabrielle Vincent, and that is 2 more PBs as we see Aspen Anderson now come across the line for 4th place. What a race that was at the front.
We're seeing place getters here, Mitch, that would normally run winning times here in the Ondieki. So well done to Schmidt and to Vincent. Anderson gutsy all the way. Looks like Abby Butler coming through in that next position. So let's get behind. Lots of sub 10-minute performances here, so great quality. Tully Rogers coming through there now. Vicky Vanderkamp also crossing the line. So Mitch, Amy Bunnage, looking forward to the World Cross Country, I would say. Those trials not that far away, and with that performance, we are looking at an absolute superstar of Australian athletics. And Amy Bunnage taking Melissa Rollinson off the Ondieki record list with a time just over the 9-minute mark, which is a new personal best for Amy Bunnage.
Well, there's got to be something in breaking long-term distance records, because 21 years that one was standing there, and Amy Bunnage just to do that on her own as well is just truly remarkable as we see our final competitors come down here in the Ondieki 3000. As you mentioned, so many women under that 10-minute mark as well, which was fantastic, and I think Nick Wall is down there with our winner.
Thanks, Mitch. I certainly am. We're down here with our winner. Now, Amy, it's been a really big week. You've just got your ATAR at the start of the week. You're in the highest performer Victorian students, and now you've broken a meet record that's been stood for over 2 decades.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
What was more exciting this week? Your ATAR result that sets you up to go off to Stanford in the new year, or the result tonight?
Both were equally quite good.
What are the plans in Stanford? Then you're obviously going to run, but what are you going to be studying over there?
I haven't quite decided yet. Yeah, I'll decide that soon.
Now, do you know the history of the record you've taken down tonight, Melissa Rollinson? Do you know much about it?
No, not really.
So going back in the time, Melissa Rollinson was breaking world records in the steeplechase, so Queensland absolute prodigy. So did you go out tonight trying to break that record, or was 9 minutes the goal?
9 minutes.
And you're right on it, so you went through beautifully in about 4:25. Early on, you shook the field. Did you find it a little bit tough here in the conditions at Lakeside?
Yeah, it's definitely windy tonight, but it was a great event.
You are pretty familiar though here with the Lakeside Stadium for wind. So we've seen you in a lot of all schools and junior championships. When you head across, obviously you've been doing a lot of cross country for the team and a lot of the distance races. What do you see long term as your main event?
Probably the 5K, and then maybe getting up to the 10K eventually.
So you obviously love the track running. Look, Amy, thank you so much again. And for those in the crowd here, let's get another congratulations for Amy Bunnage, our winner of the Ondieki 3,000 metres.
Next event on the track will be the men's 3,000 metres. You can see them just over near the finish line being introduced to their lap scorers. So looking at this field, Mitch Dyer, there is a heap of quality. As we said in the pre-event, you virtually have to be sub 8:30 to make this field. That is unprecedented. There's a lot of good kids sitting around Australia probably watching thinking, I wanted to be there, but I couldn't make it with an 8:33 or an 8:34. So times have changed, the quality's gone up, and we have a very big, strong field. Charlie Sprott's the favourite on paper, 7:59.95, the only man to have broken the 8-minute mark in this field. Cameron Myers, though, he's 8:10.05, which just coincidentally is exactly the same PB as Archie Noakes, our own Victorian here representing Athletics Essendon, 8:10.05 for him. We're also looking at the likes of Peyton Craig. He's got a 8:12 time, but also he's a 3:44 1,500 metre runner. So we've got some real talent here. Dougie Buckridge, he's 3:48, 1:54, 8:11, and the likes of Charlie Rogers, 8:18, and he's also a 14:59 5K runner. Who's your tip?
It's so hard, Tim. I completely agree with you. I know back when Stewie was talking about it earlier, his final year I was in that, and 8:30 would have got you in so comfortably. So to be in this position in Australian distance running is truly unique, and it's just a testament to the junior athletes, the junior coaches that we have through the system at the moment to try and pick this one as like a parent picking their favourite child. It can change really any day on any climate, but I really think Charlie Sprott, that the man under 8 minutes, the sort of confidence that might give you is really something that you can't quantify. But someone who's always a tough competitor, and he's done it now on a global stage as well, Archie Noakes. He is going to the Staples of Wisconsin as well. He's going to benefit from that. I think somebody like him who's really able to make the most out of these sort of opportunities is a threat. And Doug Buckridge as well. He'll be joining Archie over there in the States, I believe. So I think that he's going to be a real threat. He's obviously won some majors as well in his time, 8:11. Look at all these times. Throw a blanket over some of these guys, and there's only seconds between them. So I'm going to, if I have to pick one, I'm going to go with Archie Noakes, but I think anybody in this field is more than capable of being able to take this event out.
Well, any under 20 who can win the New South Wales 3,000 metre championship's got to be getting some respect, and that is Cameron Myers. He's a 3:46 1,500 metre runner as well, and I really like the form of Myers. That 8:10.05, same PB as Archie Noakes, but Myers is a competitive runner, and anyone who can win that New South Wales 3,000 metres, the depth in that is always stellar, and Myers proved that he could do the job there not so long ago. So Cameron Myers for mine, and the other one I like too is Peyton Craig. He's a 3:44 1,500 metre runner in 2022. So he's got speed, also a 1:47 800. So you wouldn't want Peyton Craig around you towards the end because he has got pace. So we're going to go down now to Isaac Bibele. He's going to do a little bit of an update.
Cam Myers is probably the favourite after 2 wins over the last few weeks over the New South Wales champs and at the Australian mile champs where he closed in a 1:53 800 metres. He's got 8:10 to the name, so if it's a fast race he'll go well, and with that 3:46 1,500 speed he should be able to go well in a tactical race. But of course Charles Sprott with a sub 8 minute will be the favourite if they go out hard. It is a bit windy, but with Bunnage going out hard in that last race, you never know. They could go for it. But personally, I think that they're going to go out slow and go for a tactical race. Over to you, Mitch.
Well, thank you, Isaac. It's going to be an absolute cracker, that's for sure, as the boys go through their final paces. It's, as I said, throw a blanket over them. I do agree. I think Charlie Sprott is going to be incredibly hard to beat, but Tim, this is going to be very, very exciting.
Number one, I'm really excited to watch once again is Remy Williams, one of our own Victorians. Remy's breakthrough year in 2022 has been nothing short of sensational. Also, he knows how to win a championship race. I'm not saying he's going to take this one out, but I really will be interested to see what Remy can do today. Another couple we've got to watch out for too, Harvey Cram, Gus Gannon, and also Lachlan Cornelius. They're also to be respected. Let's go through our field, though, and introduce the starters. There are 20 of them in the De Castella 3,000 metre championship for under 20s. So in Station 1, it is Charlie Sprott from Queensland. Victoria's Archie Noakes will line up next to him. Then we have Cameron Myers from New South Wales. Doug Buckridge, Victoria, is next. Then Kieran Rushton, New South Wales. From Queensland, we welcome Peyton Craig. Adam Goddard from New South Wales. Charlie Rogers, Victoria. Then the Queenslanders, Harvey Cram, Gus Gannon, Lachlan Cornelius. From Victoria, Remy Williams and Jai Hadfield. Carl Mulholland from South Australia. From New South Wales, Cameron Gorman. Wolfgang Kotchinamisi from Victoria. Ollie Bolts from Queensland. Also Matt Hansen from Queensland, and then the Victorians, Finian Russell, Victorian, and Alexander Quar, rounding out the field here in the De Castella under 20 3,000 metre championship.
On your marks.
So similar to the women's event, let's see what the start's like, Mitch, and I think that's going to dictate the terms for the running of this event. And I think they've got off to a reasonable start.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's always chaotic in this De Castella 3,000 metres. To try and find a spot is near impossible. Just want to give a shout out to these boys down here with their shirts off. I'm unsure who they're supporting, but whoever it is has got to feel the love. As now we see them just about high-five us in the commentary box. They're out that wide at the moment, just trying to find that spot. It's Noakes just tucked on the back of one of our competitors there. I believe that might be Cameron Gorman, who's going to go to the front. So he's going to try and test the wheels of some of these faster athletes. And it's interesting, you've got to give it about 600 metres to really get a feel of what the tactics of the race might be. But for Gorman, he's not going to mess around, and it's Noakes right on the heels.
Certainly. So they are starting to sort themselves out, and a few starting to think, okay, I don't want to lose too much contact early. Knowing how tight this bunch is, you don't want to be pushed back too early here in this 3,000 metres. 7.5 laps as they approach that first 400. Ross Pentland's got his finger on the pulse here, and we're going to get that first lap split. A 64, I believe, high 64s, and that's indicating right on that 8-minute mark.
Yeah, that's exactly where they want to be, and if they can benefit from staying in this pack for as long as possible, it'll be huge when it comes towards that kick. We mentioned we have guys who are stepping down in distance. We have some guys who are stepping up. We've got 150 and 147 800 metre runner calibre in this field. So if you leave it too late, those sort of operators will be able to steamroll over the top of it. But at the moment, there's been no change in this at all. It's metronomic at the front of it. Archie Noakes just going to tuck right behind him there. Just on the back of his shoulder is Peyton Craig, who you mentioned before the race, and sitting beautifully is Cameron Myers. So some of these heavy hitters are making sure their presence is felt without having to take that wind at the moment. And it's going to be left to the work of Cameron Gorman, I believe, to just continue to tick it off.
Yeah, Myers is in perfect position there. He's just in that spot where he can see what's going on. He made a good move at about this point on the last lap to get into that commanding position where he's just watching what's happened. Noakes obviously right on the heel there of Gorman and just doing what he needs to do as they approach the 800 metre mark. This will give us a real good indicator, Mitch, of what sort of pace they're going and then whether they're being really consistent. And that was the 66. So just dropping pace slightly to the wrong side of the 8-minute mark. So they're looking more like the 8:07, but I believe there'll be a kick down in this race.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think a lot of these guys have that potential, and obviously who you mentioned before the race was Remy Williams. He's been one of the best kickers this season and one of the biggest newcomers of the season as well. So if he can put himself in a prime position, he'll certainly make a couple of these competitors nervous. There's a little bit of tussling going on at the back of the pack, and I think maybe some of them are now starting to realise, all right, I've got to get myself up in this race and really make my presence felt, as at the moment it is still our man out in front, Cameron Gorman. Get that 1K split as well. I think it was 2:45.
2:45, okay. So that's about the 8:15 pace thereabouts. So we've got a lot of the big players are up there. Peyton Craig is in a really good position. Also Charlie Sprott, we haven't caught him yet, but he's sitting nicely on the rails at the moment, just biding his time as we see a little bit of a move down the back straight as I think they're probably getting a little bit of tailwind as they go down there, Mitch.
Yeah, they certainly are, and now they're really starting to string out at the moment, so they're going to try and go one by one. There's a couple still out on the shoulder, and there's been no change of our leader in Cameron Gorman. I did say metronomic early. I think it might be a little bit more like a yo-yo this pace at the moment, so it might just take one to really launch and get this field back towards a quick pace, but a couple of fellas would be more than happy to see it stop up as we see that right now. So at the moment, it's a game of tactics. Nobody wants to go to the front. They're happy to run just about in lane 3 to be able to prevent themselves from doing it. It's Noakes right on the shoulder, and that's what happens. There's a fall there. We'll get a look at who the hip number is, gets straight up, back up immediately, and thankfully might be able to get back on this pack if he's lucky. But that's what happens when you start to jostle and jive around, as at the front of it, it is still Gorman. Behind him there is Noakes, and the rest of the field just start to trickle up maybe just a little bit.
It's our top C. Sprott is the one who went down. As we say, as those legs start to come together, that's what can happen. They're jostling and hustling at 8:15 pace, which is still a quick pace. So they're sitting on those 66s, but I think there's a little bit of discontent as some just want to get that pace going. And as we saw, the fall happens, and Sprott was the recipient of a few legs there as he went down. So approaching now, let's get the split on the next one.
Hang in there.
And it's a 68, so the pace still dropping. So I think we're going to see a little bit of fireworks here, Mitch.
Yeah, I think we might, Tim, as now we still see, as we said, our favourite there, Charlie Sprott, just still off the back of this pack. I think that fall might have taken a little bit out of him naturally at the moment, but this pack now, the impatience becomes infallible. It's whether or not you can hold yourself and bide your time, because these kickers are going to really start to move. We see Doug Buckeridge caught in the middle of that pack. He's somebody with an 8:11 to his name, so as the front of it starts to kick through at the moment, they make their way through the start-finish line again. It's been Noakes, who's almost put himself in the best position of the race. He stayed out of the danger, but so too behind him there, as we mentioned, was Peyton Craig, and I think Isaac might have a little bit for us down there on the track.
Yeah, this is real brave running from Gorman to take him through the K in 2:45 in windy conditions, but we do have a solid pack sitting right on his shoulder there. Noakes is looking good, just having a look around right now. Cam Myers just jostling for position a bit, but all these boys have good speed in the legs. Peyton Craig just sitting off the back of this pack is probably the most dangerous in a kick situation.
So we're back down to a 66 on that lap. No change in the leaders, still sitting around that 8:15 mark. So they're still just vying for that sort of 8:15 time, and we're going to see a big kick down here. Adam Goddard's looking good, the South Australian in Team Tempo uniform. He's sitting on the rails. Noakes has not changed positions. Myers always in command. Just a little shunt there, though, with the Queenslander. But now Noakes takes the lead.
Yeah, so Noakes has had enough now. Cameron Myers gets right on his outside, and as you mentioned, we're going to start to see them move through. Charlie Rogers still in that pack as well. Buckeridge just starting to drop off a little bit. So here we go. As you mentioned, there is a fair bit of pushing and shoving going on at the front there. It is going to be Peyton Craig, who is just letting Archie Noakes know, mate, I'm right here. In fact, I might even just one step you on my way up towards the back straight. So as we start to see this pack of 8 now form, it was a gallant effort there from Cameron Gorman.
All right, so Noakes puts the hand out on Myers. So it is, we're seeing a good run too from Gus Gannon. He's in the in-training uniform, and they're really starting to kick it down now, Mitch. So coming through, we'll get the split on this 400. So that's gone to a 65, so they're starting to get under around that 8:10 mark now.
Well, so this is a very interesting tactic. They make their way around with 1 kilometre to go, and have a look at the changes that we're seeing towards the front of this pack. They're all going to now try and take the kick out of the legs of the boys who thought they might have it, and it's been blown wide open. There's 5 of them making their way down. It might even go to 3. Hard to shake Noakes as he now gets himself back onto this pack. It's Peyton Craig who now goes around the outside. He's been the antagonist.
So Myers leads it. You've got Carl Mulholland coming through now. He's kind of smoky. Noakes just hanging in, and Gus Gannon is the one. You've then got Peyton Craig just dropping back, and then you've got Charlie Rogers, also Goddard. But out front, Cameron Myers leads the way from Carl Mulholland.
So Cameron Myers now, he's going to start to pump the arms. Mulholland just behind him there. He's going to want to stay right on his shoulder. You don't want to give him an inch. They start to stretch away just a little bit at the moment. So Cameron Myers, he takes a look down at the track. Mulholland right on his shoulder now as we start to see them all creep in behind them there. Noakes just off the back there in 4th. It is still going to be Myers starting to lead his way through. Mulholland now starts to kick on his shoulder. It seems to be a battle of 2. They make their way into the home stretch. straight, takes a look on the inside shoulder. It's Cameron Myers. He starts to stretch away, and Cameron Myers, there's been famous names before him, and he'll etch his names into the history book. Takes a look around the crowd, and Cameron Myers will be your champion. And what a phenomenal performance. Archie Noakes comes through there for a silver as well. And he was an antagonist throughout the race, and Cameron Myers got it his way in the end.
So some great racing, but Cameron Myers, fantastic run. Real challenge for Sprott. They came in as the race favourite, obviously had the fall, just crossing the line now in 8.27. Look, we're still seeing the sub-8.30s here, and what a race. But Cameron Myers just too strong. Archie Noakes came home strong, but probably just got dropped at the wrong time there. Mulholland came from the clouds to South Australia and didn't see that one coming at all, but Carl Mulholland has proven himself here today to be a big performer. But gee, Cameron Myers, what a race. Just over the 8-minute mark there, so they kicked down beautifully, and what a great tactical race it was out there, Mitch.
Yeah, sensational. As I said, there's plenty of pushing and shoving going on. That's just championship racing, and to be able to come out on top of that is a really good confidence boost as you start to make your way through the season. But as you mentioned, there is always a wild card in these sort of races, and that was Carl Mulholland of South Australia. A brave performance right on the shoulder there. Almost looked like he was going to have it coming into that home straight, but the class over the top in the end there from Cameron Myers, that's a great win. He puts his name now along some of the greats in Australian distance running, and that is a phenomenal end to the De Castella 3,000 metres.
So we'll have a bit of a break in the track action now. The next event up on the track will be the 1,500 metres, I believe, for women. So let's go down to Nick. I think he's got Cameron Myers.
Thanks, Tim. I do have Cameron Myers, who's been in phenomenal form this season. You mentioned it during the call. He's the Australian Open Mile champion and recently also the New South Wales 3K champion. Cameron, you are still only 16, is that correct?
Yeah, that is 17 in June.
Cameron, that's a phenomenal run. It's a really big title you've got here, which means you can actually come back for 3 more years and take this one. Do you know how historic this title is?
Not really, but I know it's been going on for a while, and I'm super pleased to be here and very stoked to win it. So, yeah.
So tell us a little bit. You've got the Bankstown colours on, some fairly amazing traditions up there at Bankstown with distance running. Who's been your sort of inspiration to get in this level so far in your middle distance career?
All credit to my team, Team Telford, with my coach Lee Bobbin and Dick Telford in his mentoring role.
So 3,000 metres here, you ran the mile. Obviously we've got under 20 championships in the future and some other, obviously even got World Cross maybe in the new year. What's going to be on the agenda for you in 2023?
Yeah, definitely going to try have a go at the World Cross trials. Obviously that's at 8K, which is pretty, it's quite a way further than 3K, but I'm excited to have a crack at that one, and we'll just see where things go from there.
Now back to tonight's race. There's a lot of push and shove there. We lost the fastest man in the field with about 4 laps to go. He hit the deck at the back. You probably weren't even aware of that. Sprotty hit the deck down the front and straight. There was a lot of hands on your back there. I saw Archie Noakes a couple of times give you a little touch just to make sure he found himself balanced. What was it like out there in the field? Did you feel that sort of physical action?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of push and shove, but I suppose that's just how it goes in a championship sort of race. That's just what you got to do.
Mate, we're very impressed by you there tonight. Congratulations. Go back and have a look at this history, because I think you'll be seeing you a lot more here in this DKC 3000, and you might break all sorts of records if you can go back to back for the next few years. Congratulations, Cameron Myers.
Thanks, guys.
So let's draw our attention now to the infield, where we will be doing a presentation. This is for the Ondieki 3000 metres. The Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship Fund aims to assist promising young distance athletes through funds left after the dissolution of the Victorian Marathon Club in 1993. Fred Lester, who passed away in June 2010, was a founding member of the VMC, and his enduring legacy to our sport is the event at which we gather tonight, the annual Zatopek 10,000 metre events, now into its 62nd year. Lester was an innovator in athletics during an almost unbroken stint as secretary of the VMC between 1961 and 1993. In 1961, he had a vision to organise an annual 10,000 metre race named in honour of his friend Emil Zatopek, the 3-time Czech Olympic gold medalist. We now welcome two-time winner of the Zatopek 10,000, Megan Sloan, to make presentations on behalf of the Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship Fund to our winners, or three place getters in the Ondieki 3,000 metres. In third place in a time of 9:27.85, representing Victoria, Gabrielle Vincent. In second position in a time of 9:24.26 from Queensland, Gabrielle Smith. And our two-time winner in the new championship record time of 9:00.60 from Victoria, Amy Bunnage. So congratulations to our two Gabrielles and also Amy on a fantastic race in the Ondieki 3,000 metres for women.
Guys. So we now move down to the infield and introduce our starters in the Steve Hooker Pole Vault Challenge. 10th year of this event, exciting team competition. From your left to right, in the yellow, representing will be Georgia Taylor and Andrew Bull. In the green, Grace Bath and Andre Demedio. In the orange, Tamara Manuska and Samuel McDonald. Team purple, Sukna Rangi and Jade Guglielmino. In the sky blue, Felicity Juvelet and Tom Coughlin. In the red, Alicia Kenshall and Matthew Hosey. In the whites, Kush Narangi and Joel Pocklington. In the navy blue, Nicholas Slade and James Woods. In the black, Talia Grace and Lachlan Burns. And rounding out the field in the royal blue, Chantel Gogjola, and Dalton Demedio. Good luck to all of our pole vaulters this evening. Again, this is a combined height challenge.
So let's direct our attention once again back to the presentation dais, where we will do the second of our Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship Fund presentations. And this time it is for the De Castella 3,000 metres. In third position in a time of 8:09.21, we congratulate from South Australia, Kyle Mulholland. Second place in the time of 8:08.42, representing Victoria, Archie Noakes. And the winner, the recipient of the Fred Lester Distance Running Scholarship Fund and the De Castella Trophy in a time of 8:05.82 from New South Wales. Congratulations, Cameron Myers. Presentations once again being done by Jules Zatopek, 10,000 metre winner Megan Sloan. Congratulations Carl, Archie and Cameron on what was once again a very exciting men's De Castella 3,000 metre under 20 championship.
So we now move down to our field for the Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge. Again, like our pole vault, it's a combined male-female teams event. And Team A, from our right to left, we have Amaru Chandrasena and Eleanor Cooney Hunt. Team B, Ryan Hatch and Melissa Foster. Team C, Nicholas Hum and Gina Davey. Team D, Bailey Colbert and Montana Jachenko. And rounding out our 5 teams, Team E, Marcus LaFontaine Pollard and Chloe Grenard. During the evening, we're going to ask these teams to name themselves something more exciting than A, B, C, D, and E. Good luck to our long jumpers, Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge.
So good to see the events in the field underway now. You'll see the pole vaulters, so please try and follow that along. We'll try and get some updates during the evening, and also now, as you saw, the Gary Honey long jump. A couple of famous names there. Gary Honey, the long jumper. Who'll ever forget him head-to-head with Carl Lewis back in the 80s, Australia's preeminent long jumper, and Steve Hooker. What do you say about Steve Hooker, the man who won the Olympic gold medal, Beijing 2008?
Yeah, it was an absolute classic. I think every athletics fan would just about remember Steve Hooker jumping into the arms of his coach in Beijing. That was one of the all-time great moments of Australian athletics, I suppose, as a whole. But as we sort of turn our attention, we do have a little bit of a break here on the track. But what's coming up, we do have our 1500s, Tim, and they're going to be absolutely firing. We're going to kick things off with our women's 1500. A field of 12 is going to take on there, and I reckon there's quite a few names in here who might be able to take the win.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Laura Roth as a bit of a pacemaker to try and set things up here. Then we're looking at the likes of Jayla Hancock-Cameron from New South Wales, always in good form, always a great racer too, Jayla. You're always going to get a top effort out of her. Georgia Hansen. That's going to be interesting, isn't it? Georgia Hansen in the 1500. She's been running 5, she's been running cross-country, national champion, and now she's stepping back down to that 1500 where she's come from before, and I think Georgia will race this and race it well. Holly Campbell also in there. We're also looking at the return of Sophie O'Sullivan too, representing the nation of Ireland. She's back from the US from college, and Sophie will be lining up there in Station 1. Any other names you see there that stand out?
Yeah, certainly. You've also got Maddie Caulfield in there, Annabelle Keto from South Australia. There are so many names in here that could, as I said, if it's going to go out at a quicker pace, it'll be certainly very interesting. And one of the names, if it's around, if everybody's close with 400 metres to go, Morgan Mitchell. How do you ignore a calibre athlete like that over the 1500 metres? It'll be interesting. I know she stepped up before. It's obviously a great time of the year to be able to get out there and do these sort of events. So Morgan Mitchell is such a class competitor. I think that's always a name that you're going to be threatened by. Georgia Hansen, for me, is one of the most interesting ones. She comes from that speed background. She was a really good 1500 metre runner as a junior, went to the World Juniors as well. She obviously has the pedigree. She stepped up, as you mentioned, and now to be able to combine the two of those, you've got now that aerobic capacity that she won the national cross country with. She's had the speed as a junior. Maybe this is the perfect time to bring them together and open the season up and see just exactly where she is sitting. And Sophie O'Sullivan, you mentioned, she competed at the NCAA cross country championships for Washington, comes back now to the track. It'd be really interesting to see where her sort of speed is at. I think there's going to be a lot of testers out there in this women's 1500, and that's what makes it just about anybody's race.
Yeah, well, I'm fascinated to see what Morgan can do. I haven't seen much of her lately on the track in competition, but I'd say they wouldn't be running her unless they thought she had a really good chance at taking this one out. So Morgan Mitchell, a very exciting name. She started her career probably more into the distance stuff and went down and down in distances, and now we're seeing her just drift back up to the 1500, and this will be a very interesting evening. The men's race, Jesus, some good names there. Lots of Victorians. We've also got Burns come down from Queensland, the Tasmania, Samuel Clifford, Connor Whiteley from New South Wales, and also Joseph Ryan. But you know, you're looking at the likes of Will Lewis, Victorian champion. Lockie Hurd is up there.
Yeah, and what a year Lockie Hurd has had. Obviously, he went over that 5,000 metre championships for Victoria as well. He was the winner there, so he's been able to step up under the tutelage of Gav Burren and really execute the start of his season perfectly well. Will Lewis, he's one of my favourite athletes in Australia, so it's always hard for me to go past the man with the beautiful locks. Ed Baisha certainly has a fair bit of speed. Sammy Bunyage as well. The man stepping up, we mentioned him earlier, and he's going to come out of that Fast 8 track club. It is the likes of Jack Lunn. He's been doing some of his best work over that 800 metres. He's handy over the 1500, but to now kick it off, Coach Fabs has obviously put him here in this 1500 to test where those wheels are at. That squad is really starting to come together and produce some really good talent, so I'm really curious to see how Jack Lunn kicks it off here.
Yeah, did I see Lunn lining up into 3,000 metres not too long ago?
Yes.
So while I was overseas, I did spot that one, and it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, their strategy for Jack at the moment, go longer and harder, and then bring the speed in down for that 800 as they go. And this 1,500 metres in December sits beautifully on that program. And straight after the 15s, we will be going to the first of our 10,000 metre championships, and that will be the women's events. Just a reminder to the crowd, particularly on the front straight here, that we will be inviting the crowd onto the track. You'll be into about lane 4, and that will be from about the 50 metre position around to the water jump. We'll be inviting the crowd on. There'll be a couple of entrance points. The main gate that leads out to presentations will be open to get onto the track, and also the gate up near the 100 metre start. So we do want the crowd out there, particularly getting late into those races when the athletes certainly do appreciate the crowd support being so close. And as you know, as the race goes on, often we drift into those inner lanes, and it really creates that great atmosphere for the athletes as they're going through their 25 laps. So as they get into the race, about lap 2 or 3, we'll start to invite the crowd in onto the track for the 10,000 metre action.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do have the opportunity to get on there, get on there. It's unbelievable to be so close to the people running this 10,000 metres. It's a unique opportunity. You never get to step foot on Lakeside outside of this unless you're competing. So to be able to get right up close to the action, we heard from Stewie McSween at the start of it just how much it can lift these 10,000 metre athletes. So if you can do it, please do it. It is a beautiful night down here at Lakeside. You almost could not get a more picturesque evening for 10,000 metre running as we see our pole vaulters in their teams over there going through the motions. Our long jumpers are on the back straight going at the moment. You can get yourself some burgers, some hot fries, chicken over at the top of the 100 metres. It is all happening down here at Lakeside Stadium. It is absolutely beautiful at the moment. And as we wait for these 1,500 metres to come up, Tim, I'm excited. I'm beaming.
Well, that's always a good thing, Mitch. Wind conditions seem to be a little bit blustery out there still, so we'll watch how that impacts as they go through these 1,500 metres. And we can see the girls now starting getting ready. So we will go down to Nick Wall.
Thanks very much, Tim. I'm down here at the Pole Vault Challenge with Mark Stewart, who obviously founded this great event, coach of many famous Australian pole vaulters over time. So Mark, what are the conditions like tonight for the pole vault?
Very good conditions, tailwind, and it's not as cold as we thought it would be. So no excuses not to jump well.
Now, it's pretty exciting that we can get 10 teams together here. It means we must have some amazing depth in pole vault at the moment, both in Victoria and across the country.
We do. There's a lot more people coaching pole vault, and so we've got, there's about half a dozen or more good groups, good coaches in Victoria, perhaps a bit more, and also around Australia. And so, we've got a lot of vaulters out here.
So on the weekend we saw the Australian All Schools over in Adelaide. I see we've got a couple here in the start list. Want to give us a bit of background on a couple of those vaulters?
So in the start list, we've got Suk Rangi and Kush Rangi, both very top 1 and 2 in Australia for their age group. We also have Chantel, who jumped in Adelaide as well. So there's quite a lot of the younger ones as well. And that's the thing about this concept, is the highest ranked lady is ranked with the lowest ranked guy, and so everybody has a chance. And we add the heights together, and the winner gets the trophy. This competition's been running since 2014, every year, and in fact twice this year, because we did January and December.
So we've started at 3:02 and 4:22 tonight, 3:02 for the ladies and 4:22 for the men. What sort of height do we expect some of the teams to get up to tonight?
Well, it's usually one with about 8 metres 50 in total, and I think that would be probably a pretty good win.
Record tonight though, can it go?
Probably unlikely. The record was set when we only had groups of 5 teams, so it made the standard was higher.
I know you're working hard on the board here, so I'll leave you to it, Mark Stewart. And up there, Tim and Mitch, we have a lot of action. I reckon the crowd's much more excited in the field at the moment here than they are on the track. So I think the track's going to need to start making some noise because these pole vault fans are getting excited down here on the infield at Lakeside.
Yeah, we're certainly hoping for a fair bit of crowd interaction as we head into these 1,500 metres. So a good field lined up, a bit of excitement. Good to see Morgan Mitchell striding down that back straight and looking absolutely resplendent, as do all the girls lining up in this very solid 1,500 metre event, Mitch.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool. I do want to talk about Morgan Mitchell's kit. It is so cool. Morgan's been able to design that outfit with Jagged, who she's obviously aligned with. It's one of the coolest track one pieces I've ever seen. In fact, when Morgan put a poll up on her social media, I did say that I wanted to get my hands on one. No one would want to see it, but it is that good. I do want to get my hands on it. She's a part of a really good class field that we just went over a little bit earlier, and as the women go through their paces, it's going to be really exciting. We do want to see, I agree with Nick, we need to get these track fans up and about. Obviously, the pole vaulters are rowdy down there. We want to try and get everybody up here because this women's 1,500 is going to be phenomenal. You've got the binoculars out. You can see a lot better than me, even though I'm younger. That does prove your age there, Tim. But what are you liking out there on the back straight?
Oh, look, Georgia Hansen, great to see her once again in those Box Hill colours, very loyal to her club, and I'm expecting a big run from her. Also, we did have an 800 on the program. That got canned, and it was good to, because we were just getting withdrawal after withdrawal, but we did have Brigitte Humphrey, also Maddie Caulfield and Jessica Coyne step up from the 8 into the 15, and that's made this a much more willing affair too, and fantastic all those girls for doing the step up from the 8 to the 15. As we go down to Isaac Bibelet for his view on the 15s.
Well, we've got a field of 12 here, including the pacemaker, so it looks like they're going to go for a fast time here. The wind has just died down a little here trackside, but before it was going across the track, so you can expect them to tuck in on the bends here. But this should be an interesting race. They're all looking ready to go.
Thank you, Isaac. We'll now introduce our field, the women's open 1,500 metres here at the 2022 Zatopek, and they are in Station 1, representing the Republic of Ireland. It's Sophie O'Sullivan. In Station 2 from Victoria, it is Emma Hogan. In 3, also from Victoria, Georgia Hansen. Station 4, representing Victoria, also Brigitte Humphrey. Morgan Mitchell is in 5. In 6, we welcome from New South Wales, Jayla Hancock Cameron. In 7, it is our pacemaker, Laura Roth from New South Wales. Madison Caulfield, the Victorian, is in lane Station 8. Annabelle Quito from South Australia in 9. Ruby Madden from New South Wales is in 10. In 11, we have Holly Campbell from New South Wales, and also from the Republic of Ireland. In Station 12, it is Jessica Coyne.
On your marks.
So hip number 7, Roth, should be getting out there and establishing the lead, but it is also the tall figure there, Sophie O'Sullivan, getting in amongst the action early as they start to settle. But nice smooth moving there, settling in at the 100 metre mark, and now the field's just starting. A little bit of pushing and shoving at the back as Coyne just got shunted out, but now she makes that move and takes a few bodies as they go into the bend for the first time, Mitch.
And it's Campbell just tucked in beautifully behind Roth there, who did such a great job to get towards the front. It can be a bit of carnage early, so did really well to be able to set this pace. So Campbell right on the outside of her. On the inside rail there is Sophie O'Sullivan in those Washington colours. Just behind her is Georgia Hansen. Morgan Mitchell not too far away either, and just tucked in nicely right on the outside there is going to be
Jayla Hancock Cameron sitting in that 3rd position behind the pacemaker at the moment, just to the outside of O'Sullivan. You've got Caulfield going relatively wide at the moment at the rear of the field, and also with Humphrey. But out front, still Roth and Campbell looking good. Hancock Cameron looking nice as they go through. 68 seconds there, so it's around 4-minute pace, I think, or just a bit over. So about 4:15 pace, for the opening salvo there of the first lap of the 1,500.
So Holly Campbell looking really comfortable there, just more than happy to tuck right in behind Roth. Right behind her there is Hancock Cameron, and so too is Georgia Hansen. So we asked the question, where was Georgia Hansen at? She obviously came off that national championship in the cross country. She's tucked in beautifully at 4th place. A little bit behind there is Morgan Mitchell, and in a nice pack just on the back of it there is Sophie O'Sullivan. But at the front of the field, it is Roth still leading them out, the pacemaker. Just behind there is still going to be Holly Campbell. So too is Hancock Cameron and Hansen. They stretch it out about 5 to 10 metres towards Morgan Mitchell, who's looking comfortable as she maybe tries to pick up a little bit of distance as they make their way to the 700 metre mark, and they will come through the start-finish line now. But this front four looking really comfortable, and see how far Roth takes them through.
So the question being asked of Mitchell at the moment, and she's just sitting back off that pack at the moment. So Sullivan just drifting back through, then you've got the chase pack there led by Madison Caulfield. But Georgia Hansen looking so good as they hit the 800 metre mark, and they go through at about 2:18 thereabouts, or 2:17, so a 68-second lap, the second one there, and our pacemaker has done their job, leaving it is Holly Campbell and also Hancock Cameron out front with Hansen chasing.
And it looks like they've picked up that pace a little bit up that back straight as well there, Tim. So it is going to be Campbell. She hasn't had to do too much of the work, in fact, any of it until now, thanks to the great work there from Roth. As Campbell now, she's going to try and stretch it away. The likes of Hansen right on the back, about a metre behind there. And in front of her is going to be Hancock Cameron. So you mentioned a really class competitor. Just nudges right up on the shoulder there. She'll be able to hear her breathing, Holly Campbell, as she just stays her course on the rail. It's Hancock Cameron on the outside. Look at Hansen tucked in beautifully in the one position towards the back. So they're about to hit the bell here. Watch the clock. It's 3:09, 3:10 as it hits it. And it's a pack of 3. Morgan Mitchell about to come through now. And behind her there too is Ruby Madden.
So we're on about the 4:18 pace at the moment. I think they're going to kick down and go quicker than that. We're not seeing much change. That group of 3 is very tight. Hansen just sitting there in the 3rd position. Hancock Cameron looking very solid there in 2nd. Campbell leading the way. Big gap then to Morgan Mitchell. So looking down the stretch now, I think there's a gap forming. Hancock Cameron just going to the outside of Campbell. Hansen being asked the question of as they go through with 200 to go, and Hancock Cameron hits the lead.
So Hancock Cameron goes for the slingshot effect around the 200 metre mark. She goes right on past Holly Campbell. Behind her there is Georgia Hansen, but it is all the class of Jayla Hancock Cameron. 100 metres to go. Starts to stretch away now, puts the foot on the accelerator and takes it right off the brake. So it is going to be Hancock Cameron. She starts to stretch her way down the home straight. Holly Campbell was brave, but it's going to be a race that belongs to Jayla Hancock Cameron as she now starts to look at the clock. 4:12, 4:13, 14 as she hits it. It's Jayla Hancock Campbell followed by Holly Campbell. So too now Georgia Hansen in 3rd, as now we start to see Sophie O'Sullivan make her way through in 4th place. 4:25, Morgan Mitchell now right behind them. There is also Ruby Madden. Maddie Caulfield are going to hit the line, as we now also see Emma Hogan just going around the outside of Jessica Coyne down that home straight. But what an absolute class affair that was from Jayla Hancock Cameron, as we see our final competitors now make their way down. Bridget Humphrey just over the shoulder now, right ahead of Annabelle Keto. And what a race that was at the front of the field, Tim.
Yeah, well set up. Not a super fast pace, but it was a consistent pace over those first 2 laps for Lara Roth. And then Campbell doing a lot of the work into the breeze. I thought Hansen was looking good there for a while, but Jayla Hancock Cameron, class athlete. We've seen her down here quite often in Victoria. She does love to come down to Melbourne to race, and we do love her having her down here. The young lady from the south coast of New South Wales, and once again a very polished performance from the relatively young Hancock Cameron. And we will go down to Nick, who's got Jayla for a quick interview.
I'm ready to go. So I'm down here trackside with our winner of the ladies 1500, Jayla Hancock Cameron. Now, if I'm not correct, that's just outside your personal best, which is actually in Melbourne 12 months ago.
Yeah, I think I think I got a 4:13, was it? Or 4:14?
4:12, 4:13.
Yeah, so only just outside of my PB. I did a 4:11 about 12 months ago, so pretty happy with that. My first 1500 of the season, so it's a good starting point.
So you opened up with a mile up in Sydney, obviously, at the Australian Championships. You were second there. What did you learn from that race then that you brought into tonight?
I think I learnt just holding back from that kick a little bit on the last lap and just backing myself the last 200, about 250 roughly, yeah.
It was a pretty tough race out there. It was pretty blowy. Roffy did a great job for us out in front, sort of setting the pace up for you. There was 3 of you for a long way, so you got to help each other out. Did you wait to sort of win the race tonight, that last 200, or were you sort of clock watching at some stage?
No, I didn't really know what time we were on. Roughly knew we were on about pace around the 800, 800, so yeah, we're just kind of hanging on until waiting for the kick.
Now, you are 2-time under-20 Australian champion. In the new year, obviously, there's a lot of new events coming up for you now as an open athlete, or moving to this new space. What are going to be the plans in the new year, obviously, with World Cross Trials coming up and a whole lot of other exciting events?
Yeah, so at the moment, we're just focusing on getting the 1500 metre time down as close as possible and just trying to make those bigger Australian teams, so...
Well raced tonight. Again, congratulations from the crowd from Jayla Hancock Cameron, winner of the 1500 metres.
So we see the boys getting ready down the back. Also good to see Jayla in a nice embrace with her coach there, Hyundai Colour Music. Also a regular down here. Got a great squad, haven't they? That mob that are running for Bankstown, but a lot of them from the south coast of New South Wales. And Hyundai has got some great performers. You see the big results from that squad in the New South Wales Schools Championships. As we go across back to Isaac Bibelay, give us a bit of a rundown on the men's 1500.
Yeah, the wind has just picked up a little bit in the last couple of minutes, but we do have a pacer here. It looks like Sam Bunnage is going to try and take them through 800 metres in 2 flat. I should set them up for around that 3:45, but with some fast 800 guys here, you can expect them to close. Lunn and Lewis should be 2 to watch, and the Victorian 5,000 metre champion Lockie Hurd will definitely be strong in the closing stages of the race.
Thanks, Isaac. So we do look forward to this race. So it looks like Bunnage in for the pace. Mitch, come on, tell us who your favourite is.
Oh, Tim. Okay, let me just wide here. I mean, obviously, I love Will Lewis, so he is one of my favourite men in athletics. So he's got the wheels. He's been really good over the winter as well. Travelled a little bit. He's back now. He's looking fit. He's looking firing. I think he's always... Didn't expect him to win the state championship at the start of the year, so always hard to really write him off. Tom Bowers, I think. Lockie Hurd is so in form as well. He's been fantastic. He's now just stepping back in distance a little bit. I know Gav Barron is very bullish on what Lockie Hurd can do. So I'm going to go with Will Lewis because I can't go against Will. I hope you can hear me right now, but I can't go against Will. But I think it's going to be a cracking race. Tim, give me your tip.
Well, for someone who doesn't live in Victoria anymore, Mitch, you're showing a lot of Victorian bias as you did in the Junior 3K. Callum Burns, I like the look of Callum Burns, and let's see how he's a great racer, knows how to win a race, and that's an important skill to have. And let's just see how this pans out. But I do agree, look, Hurd's moving so smoothly at the moment. I've seen some of the footage of their training coming through, and he's just a smooth mover and also versatile from 800 metres right through the 5,000, as we saw at the Vic 5K champs. But let's now introduce our field for the men's open 1,500 metres, and they are in Station 1. He is that man from Victoria, Lachlan Hurd. In 2, also from Victoria, Tom Bowers. Will Lewis is in 3. Next to him, it is from the Old Scotch Club, it is Edward Baisha. Sam Bunnage, our paces, in 5. Callum Burns from Queensland is in 6. Oscar Mazaraki is in Station 7. Connor Whiteley from New South Wales lines up in Station 8. Jack Lunn from Victoria, let's see what he can do. He's in Station 9. Joseph Ryan from New South Wales is in 10, and the Tasmanian Samuel Clifford is in 11. That's our field for the men's open 1,500 metres.
On your marks.
Let's So we are underway here in the men's Open 1500. It'll be interesting to see who can make their way up the back straight, some of the fastest, as we see the boys now go through the motions. And certainly a fair bit of speed to get out there first. 13 seconds through the first 100 metres as they make their way around this opening bend. And certainly pace is not lacking through this opening 200. 26:27 on the clock. As they're beautifully strung out here, there'll be no sort of jostling going on here. It's all about time. Jack Lunn, the man I'm very interested in there, sitting in 4th position. But out in front here is Sammy Bunnage, our pacemaker. Nobody able to jump immediately on the back of him. Right behind is Connor Whiteley, Will Lewis and Lunn not too far away. It'll be interesting to see where these boys end up through the first 400 metres. And Lockie Hurd tucks himself towards the back there.
Yeah, interesting positioning there. Well, Hurd sitting there in mid-stage. So Bunnage goes through now, and then we have the bulk of the field then just under the minute mark. So they're sitting on around the 3:45 pace. As we're seeing, Will Lewis just getting a little bit antsy there and goes ahead of Whiteley. Lunn just follows his teammate there along. As we see Bunnage out by about 10 metres, which is a bit too much for the pacemaker. So he's now out of touch of the field. So Lewis is the one now doing the work out front of the field. Lunn, Whiteley still on the rails. As we see a few moves just starting to happen as they start to come in to the home straight for the second time. So Bunnage out by 10, so as I said, just a bit too much for a pacemaker. They haven't got physical contact or any benefit from that at all. As we're seeing the next of our runners just starting through, and Lockie Hurd looking really, really comfortable at the moment.
Well, they're starting to wind in the pacemaker here at the moment. He's probably been given an allocated time, and the boys have just tucked off the back of it. Will Lewis now going to do his best to try and bring him up. Jack Lunn right on his shoulder there, and as you mentioned, Lockie Hurd looking really comfortable back in the middle of that pack. But as we make our way through the first 800 metres, it's about 1:59, 2 minutes on the clock. So that equates to about a 3:45 pace, as they might try and get the wheels in motion here. They've left Will Lewis at the front now to do the work. The pack starts to split in the middle of it. It comes down to a field of 5, unless they can just latch right onto the back of that. And in that second pack is also Tom Bowers, as this pack of 5 now just maybe starts to creep away a little bit, but I think there might be somebody who might be able to jump onto the back of it.
Yeah, I think that front 5 are looking quite solid at the moment. So Lewis is just carving the pace out front. Lunn sitting nicely. Clifford also up there. Whiteley on the rails. He's hardly moved from that position, and it's a good position to be in. But of the positioning, I think Lockie Hurd's got the best sit there. He's sitting back in 5th, but as we get into this final stage of the race, Lockie Hurd's looking ready to pounce.
So Lockie Hurd just going to sit on the back here. Will Lewis is going to lead them through at the bell. Jack Lunn has that 800 metre pace as well. It is still going to be Connor Whiteley not too far away on the rail there, and on the outside is Samuel Clifford. So Hurd at the back is the danger as they make their way to 300 metres go. Jack Lunn just on the shoulder there of Will Lewis. He just starts to extend away. He's got some of the longest legs in Victoria, and he's going to put them to use now on the back straight. So it is Lunn. Lewis on the inside isn't done with yet. 200 metres to go. Takes a look on the right-hand shoulder and says, if you want some, and come and get it. 180 metres to go now. Will Lewis did it very similar fashion in the men's 1500 metre state title in February. Lunn not done yet. He starts to call on the levers. 100 metres to go. Lewis looks on the outside. He sticks his head back. Lunn sticks it forward, and he starts to drive away down the home straight. The 800 metre specialist turns into a 1500 metre champion, and there's a 3:44 to go with it. Will Lewis. So too comes through Samuel Clifford. On the outside of him was Whiteley, and Hurd just dropped back there a little bit. To come on the outside of him was Joseph Ryan. But wowee, Jack Lunn announces himself in the 1500 metres. 3:44 to come over the top of the Victorian 1500 metre champion Will Lewis. And what a race that was down the home straight.
Well, I thought he was done and dusted there, Lunn, when Will Lewis made that extra surge and little move, but gee, not to be outdone there whatsoever, and what a great race. St Kevin's a 1-2, and Coach Fabs will be pretty happy with that performance. Lockie Hurd, not quite there.
No, I think just towards the back end of it, as that pace started to really pick up, I think he might have just been off the tail of it, but obviously he's been doing more of that aerobic work, so to now switch it back to getting onto that speed grind, it'll just take a little bit of getting used to. Still a really solid performance there, and a really good kick down from Joseph Ryan as well, coming out of Newcastle. I thought he was really good coming down that home straight to finish in 4th or 5th there. So an absolutely cracking men's 1500, and I think down there at the finish line we do have Nick Wall. You cannot miss him. He's trying to get a hold of our winner there, and I think he's got it now.
Thanks, Mitch Dyer. I am down here with both first and second. They're in the same club colours. They're training partners. They know each other pretty well. Jack Lund was trying to escape there. I think he's trying to get his breath back. He hasn't run too often over the old metric mile. How was it? 3:44, new PB.
Yeah, I'm old PB at 3:45, so it's awesome to duck under there. It's a bit longer than 8. I was a bit worried with 2 laps to go, but yeah, just kind of put my way to the finish.
So we just said how familiar you two are with each other. Were you confident you were able to go past Will? He's been the 4-man of the season here in Victoria this year. He's obviously the reigning Victorian 1500 metre champion. He's been up at the Albie Thomas, the Australian Miles Championships, running very well. Were you confident with that sort of last 200 metres that you're going to get him? You do have some amazing speed.
Yeah, no, not at all. No, Will's been running so awesome recently, and yeah, it's just a good battle for the finish. But yeah, with 300 to go, I thought I'd made a move, and then he went back past me. I was a bit worried he was gone for good, but yeah.
So Will, I know you don't like losing, but you've lost to a training partner, so it's pretty exciting for what the squad can do together, and you're in great shape yourself. What do you think this battle's going to be for the rest of the season between the two of you?
Yeah, it's really exciting. The squad's doing some really good things. Got the win in the 8 earlier. Yeah, everyone's flying. Should be a good season.
So out there tonight, what was the plan? You obviously found yourself in front after the pace stepped off the track. Was the plan just to try to win the race tonight, or was there a time goal at some stage? It is very blustery here at Lakeside.
Yeah, it was just to have a good crack. We had Sam set it up pretty well and just go with it, see what happens. Had a couple races earlier that weren't that quick, so we just wanted to see where we're at fitness-wise, which was executed pretty well.
Well, guys, really impressive tonight on the 1,500 metres. First and second here, we've got both Jack Lund, Will Lewis, of St Kevin's, and Rising Fast. I'm going to throw up to Tom Thorpe and Stewie McSwain upstairs, who are going to chat World Cross Country.
Quite exciting to be up here in the commentary booth because we have been joined by Tom Thorpe, the event coordinator for the World Cross Country to be held in Bathurst on February 17 to 19. Also, Stuart McSwain, he is the event ambassador. Tom Thorpe, what have you got to say about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in Australia?
We are incredibly excited to be able to hold this event. We really feel that there's so much opportunity to present a fantastic event to Australia and to the world. So we've got Stewie here as an event ambassador with us today, and we know that it's going to be an amazing event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's the first time we've had a World Athletic Series event here in 25 years, so it's a pretty cool opportunity.
Yeah, Stewie, you must be excited about this. You know, you've been to World Cross a few times now. You know this is the toughest event in the world, isn't it? You haven't got 3 Kenyans or Ethiopians, you've got 6 of them against you.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's the toughest event in the world. I think obviously having that calibre of athletes come to Australia is going to be amazing. It's going to be an amazing event. So yeah, definitely make sure you get around it, whether you can get up there to Bathurst to watch it or watch on the stream, because it's going to be an absolute amazing event, and to have that many good guys from all across the world, so many countries, is going to be, it's going to be awesome to be a part of, hopefully, and then obviously it's going to be an amazing event as well.
What's on for the spectators, and can you participate in any events, Tom?
Absolutely, Tim. So we have 3 days of racing. It's not just the World Championship on the Saturday the 18th afternoon. Friday the 17th, there are mass participation races all through the day. There are mass participation races on Saturday morning. You can stick around, watch the World Championship in the afternoon, and then on Sunday as well, we've also got the World Masters Championship, which is an amazing opportunity to have that combined with the World Championship. So get your tickets at worldathleticscrosscountry.com and use the code ZATAPEC to get 10% off your tickets, and we'll see you all in Bathurst.
Are we going to see Mitch Dyer running?
Oh, look, I think I might pull a hamstring before I actually make my way out there, but what a unique opportunity, and to have it in our own backyard. And how special is it, Stewie? I don't know if you're big into motorsport, but to have this event at the mecca of motorsport, Bathurst, the fans out there we know are some of the best in Australia. Are you excited to get up there?
Yeah, the Bathurst course is going to be amazing. Obviously, it's an amazing venue for Australian sport, so to have a World Cross Country there is going to be awesome. The course, from what I've seen in photos, looks crazy cool. It looks like it's going to be a tough course as well, but yeah, absolutely excited to have an event like that in Australia, and hopefully the Australian public gets around it, because it's going to be an amazing couple of days of racing.
Mitch Dyer, I reckon you should do a tattoo bet with Stuart McSwain. Think about it.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly not prone to those. Look, I think if it's in our own backyard, I mean, we've seen Benita go and win one. Might we see another Australian come back and claim a medal, maybe even a gold? Stewie, it could be you, mate. It's very, very exciting. Talk about the calibre of athletes that we've got coming through. You just saw on display the 3,000 metre juniors and how fast they went. They'll obviously be competing in the junior event, our seniors as well. Just how truly exciting is this era of distance running we're in right now?
Yeah, crazy exciting. Obviously, the depth is amazing, whether it's in the men's or the women's. In the 10K cross country, we're going to have amazing teams. In the junior team, hopefully we have great teams as well, and then obviously the relay event as well. So it's an exciting time for Australian distance running, and then to have a major in our own country early next year is going to be awesome to see what we can do as a country, and hopefully we can get some really good results.
And hopefully we see Mitch Dyer getting inked. So thank you so much, Tom Thorpe, the event coordinator for this fantastic event taking place on our own home soil here in Bathurst. And Stuart McSwain, we're excited to see you being part of the event and being the ambassador for the 2023 World Cross Country Championships.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
And now we're just going to go for a little update from Nick Wall from the long jump, I believe.
Thanks, Tim. We are going to move down here. We are obviously progressing through the rounds here in the Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge. We're in the third round at the moment. I'm just waiting here for Amira Chandrasesena. Has just put out the longest jump so far at 7:28. Of course, it's a team combined challenge. Then they've also in the lead at the moment, that Team E. That's Amaru and also Chloe Grenard, who at 5:82 leads the ladies. Well, actually, they're not the combined team, sorry. Amaru and Eleanor. While Team E, Chloe Grenard at 5:82 and Mitchell Lafayne Pollard sit about 30 centimetres behind them. But at the moment, Chloe Grenard at 5:82 and Amaru Chandrasesena leaving their respective teams with 7:28 and 5:82.
It's my pleasure now to introduce the field in the 46th running of the Zatopek Women's 10,000 metres, which is the Victorian and also the Australian Championship race. The event record, 31:26.10, set by Joyce Chipkarui from Kenya in 2011. Our 2021 champion, also our 2020 champion, Rose Davies. She ran 32:58.45 in the heat last year, earlier this year to take that 2021 championship. And now we move to 2022. Runners to look out for here, Rose Davies looking for 3 in a row. It's only ever been done once before. Can Rose join that illustrious one person that's done it before? And that was Natalie Harvey. Izzy Bat-Doyle also in the mix. Caitlin Adams, the South Australian champion. Leanne Pompiani from the ACT. Amelia Mazzoudani back from the US, sporting the Box Hill uniform. We welcome Ainsley Van Graham, also from New South Wales. Lauren Ryan, the Victorian, raced so well in this event 2 years ago. Natalie Rule, Commonwealth Games. And also World Championship competitor Jess Noble from New South Wales. Olga Fasova from the Czech Republic via Queensland. And we'll also have Charlotte Wilson, and also lining up we will have Tara Palm, Cara Feen Ryan and Brooke Williams. That is our field in the Women's Zatopek 10,000 metre championship. So underway now in this 25 lap event. It is the 46th running of this race. Pace slow early. Looks like it's going to be a championship race. Last year we saw Mazzoudani in a pace position just go out to the lead, run 3 kilometres by herself while the others just sort of toyed at the back of the field. Whereas this time it looks like it's a true championship race, Mitch. The pace is not on.
Yeah, at the moment, Tim, it is a bit pedestrian. It'll only take one to be able to, and as I say that, here we go right now.
Yeah,
so
Tara Palm's decided she's not just hanging around. So Tara Palm, what a record she's got. Probably not at the peak of her career, but certainly running reasonably well. And Tara Palm's decided she doesn't want any rubbish here today. She's just gone straight for it. She's a 32.56 runner over 10,000. That was 2021, so not so long ago. Also got a 15.38 to a name over 5K. So Tara Palm's the one who's decided, no, we're going to go for it, girls. Just don't hang back. Looks like Rose Davies, it's Nat Rule sitting in next position. Lauren Ryan, still got a smile on her face. She's sitting in third. Then Adams. Then we've got Pompiani. Van Graham in next position. Rose Davies deciding she wants to be in the middle of the pack there. She's up there with Mazzoudani, and just behind her, Bat Doyle. So potentially our 2 favourites sitting really mid or back of the mid-pack.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 25-lap race, so you want to be able to conserve as much energy as you can, and particularly when the opening lap is at about that 80-second mark and the first 100 is at the 22-second mark. You just want to bide your time and tuck in and feel comfortable. And Palm, it was a smart move to get out of that pack. You don't want to keep all these sort of shorter distance kickers in it. I know it's only the first lap, but to be able to find a nice rhythm is important, and to be able to string it out as nicely as it is right now. Everybody gets their chance. Everybody gets their opportunity to not be checked. And Ros Davies is standing out in the middle there, and as you said, right behind her is Isabel Bat-Doyle, who are the 2 favourites for this competition, but it is looking really comfortable at the moment.
So in context of World Cross too, this is where some of these girls like Tara Palm, they don't want to muck around at this race because they want to start to establish themselves and establish their credentials as we go forward towards the trials. So we need a fast race here tonight at Lakeside Stadium. So Tara's decided that she really wants to get that pace moving. Nat's looking quite solid and comfortable, just sitting behind her, the Victorian. And then we have Lauren Ryan and Caitlin Adams. Now Leanne Pompiani, definitely one of the favourites too going into this event. So Mazzoudani and Davies and Bat Doyle seem to be working quite well together at the moment. In between them is Van Graham, the taller figure in the run crew uniform from New South Wales. So Van Graham, she's had a pretty good year this year as well. So certainly moving nicely in the New South Wales scene. She was third in the City of the Surf, also took out the bridge run and was third in the Sydney Harbour 10K. She's got a 34.29 on the track, but she's also run a 33.15 on the road. So Van Graham's certainly one to watch for.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said at the moment, it's just very comfortable, all trying to not really move from their positions whatsoever. They've found the pace and they're sticking to it. Never run a 10K, but I know that these early laps are so important to just not be thinking too much and be able to find a nice rhythm as we see all these women now strung out lovely on this back straight. And as we're about to get towards the first K, to give us a really good indication of what we're sitting at here as we watch the clock. It's about 3:22 as we strike that first kilometre mark. So these women strung out beautifully, a matter of 20 metres between them from front to back. And our reigning 2-time champion, as we mentioned, just towards the back edge of this field.
So 33.45 pace at the moment. So the pace not really lifting at the moment. So Tara Palm in command. The rest of the girls just happy to sit there. This is turning into a bit of a championship, a relatively fast championship, but not super quick in context of some of the winning times that we've seen in those 31 and 32 minute marks. So Tara Palm still leading the way. The long line then behind, but no one dropped off at this stage. It is a field of 14. The standard for this one's been going up and up and up over recent years, Mitch. We have brought that qualification standard in. So we're looking at girls who must be 35-30 or better getting into the race, and that's why we're seeing them really nicely bunched. This is what we want to see in women's athletics when it's on the lift in Australia. We saw Sinead Diver take that marathon record in emphatic fashion just a few weeks ago in Valencia, and we are really on the rise here in the sport in terms of women's distance running.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're in one of the strongest eras that we've seen in a long time in women's distance running, and right now on display we have Olympians, world champion representatives, Commonwealth Games representatives, people that have done that throughout this year, and also marathon debutantes. The list goes on and on. So at the moment it is a class field out there, and one to watch in third position at the moment I think is Lauren Ryan. Probably haven't spoken a lot about her this year. She's come back from a really great career at Villanova in Florida State over in the collegiate system. She's back now between the Gold Coast and Melbourne, looking really comfortable in that third position at the moment, just completely staying out of trouble And as I say that, just about everybody is in this field at the moment. They've all been spotted, a really nice amount of room, not a lot of change towards the back of the field. We start to see a little bit more chopping and changing from there. Also to mention is Cara Fenian-Ryan. She was at that World Championships in Eugene over the steeplechase. She now goes into this 10,000 metres, and as we say that, they come through the start-finish line again, and Natalie Rule in second, also looking really good behind Tara Palm out in front.
All right, you'll notice that the rope is now out there on the track, and we do welcome people, jump that fence, get out there and get up and close and personal. The gate midway along the main straight is open, so you can get out onto the track and get part of the action. We do invite you to do just that, because these athletes love it when they get a little bit of support out there. So please come out of the stands, get onto the track and start support the girls over these 25 laps as Tara Palm continues to just carve her way forward out front. No change at all, Mitch, at the moment. The lineup is just staying the same as we're still trekking around at 120, 121, 122 lap pace.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of room on that rope, and there's plenty of people in this stadium, so hopefully we do start to see people start to creep down there and really will these women on. As we've mentioned, Stuart McSween said how much of a help it truly is when you're out there for 25 laps, and these women now are locked into this pace and looking really comfortable at that. Tara Palm doing a really good job to be able to command the lead and just lead these women through these opening couple of kilometres. And so as we do say that now, they make their way around the top of the bend as our pole vault competition is continuing, and I believe Nick Wall is down there for an update.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mitch. So we've the Sky Blue team's the one we're trying to chase at the moment. Felicity and Tom still going in the competition. The bar's at 362 and 472 at the moment, respectively, for the ladies and the gentlemen. And Felicity and Tom have a combined height at the moment of 812. So Felicity jumping at 362 at the moment. Tom's already over at 472. Meanwhile, a couple of teams to watch. Joel's still yet to come in the competition for the white team. Kushner's already over 342 in that one, so it'll be interesting to watch. And Talia and Lachlan at the moment have got 794 combined in second. So our leaders at the moment, Sky Blue, Felicity and Tom with 812.
So 6:48 through the 2K mark here in this women's 10,000 metres, another 82-second lap, so they're very consistent, and we have had a change of lead as we see Nat Rule deciding she wants to take the pace, but no one's dropped off this pack, so the full field of 14 are still together, Mitch, as we're seeing just a slight change in leader, and will that mean a change of pace?
Look, quite possibly. Nat Rule has had a really good year herself. She went to those World Championships and Commonwealth Games. She had a good little season over there in Europe as well, so now she gets to the front and maybe starts to just edge this pace forward a little bit. She's part of that MTC stable. She has some other teammates in this race. They'll probably all have an idea of what each other wants to do, and Natalie Rule looking really comfortable out in front to be able to lead this one through. So it's strung out beautifully. As we mentioned, only other part of the race that has changed is towards the back of this field, but at the moment at the front it is looking really smooth and really comfortable, and we'll just see whether or not there starts to be a little bit of a separation form over this next kilometre or two as we now welcome more spectators out onto the track to be able to wheel these women through in these latter stages. 19 laps remaining here in this 10,000 metres, and it is such a grueling event, a mentally taxing event, this 10,000 metres, but they're all looking really comfortable here through these early stages.
Certainly are. So good to see the crowd. They'll be providing that wind-up effect. The girls look forward to that as they come around the bend and hear the shouts and the screams as they go through. So Nat Rule leading. She's got a modest track time of 34.15 to a name set in 2019 in this event, I believe, but she is 32.46 on the road. So she knows how to run a 10K. She was third in the Hobart Bridge Run, second in the Melbourne Marathon 10K, and that was behind Caitlin Adams, I believe, and fourth in the Burnie 10, which was a quickie. So we're seeing Nat Rule really establishing herself on the roads, stepping up from the 5,000 metres to a certain degree. She's a 15.06 5K runner. She's got speed.
Yeah, she certainly does, and hopefully she'll be able to call on that at the latter parts of this stage. I'm really interested to see the middle component of this race. Amelia Mazzoudani leading out Rose Davies, and also Izzy Bat-Doyle just behind there. On her tail is Olga Firsova, but for Amelia Mazzoudani, she was recently 22nd, I believe, at the NCAA Championships over in Stillwater in Oklahoma, one of the harder cross-country courses in the NCAA system, and that is one of the deepest fields of non-professional athletics that you will see. So she's certainly coming over with plenty of pedigree in towards that aerobic capacity. First time probably back on track, maybe a couple of sessions. I think she might have raced at BU as well in that indoor 5K, but I can't confirm that. But she's looking really comfortable, just leading out Rose Davies and Izzy Bat-Doyle as they might start start to make their presence felt through the middle parts of these kilometres and just see who starts to come with them.
Yeah, so Mazadani's got a 32.55 to her name on the track, so she does know how to run a very decent 10K. That was in the States, and also a 15.37 runner over the 5K distance. Ran a 15.49 earlier this year over 5K, so also very experienced at a young age. So she's been to the World Under-20s, the World Junior Cross Country, and also the World Youth Champ. So Amelia has experienced great competition, and she's quite an accomplished runner for someone of her age. But Pompiani also looking good at the moment. Caitlin Adams just sitting in 4th position. As we said, there hasn't been much of a change apart from the change in lead for several laps now. So 10:08.10 unofficial, which was a 3:22 third K. So the pace just picked up a little bit there, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly did. It's just starting to creep up just a little bit. And one of the best ways to tell that is just seeing the small gaps start to form inside of that pack. They do get closed up rather quickly, but it's always a very good indicator that it's just starting to crank up ever so slightly. Obviously, once you start to see the big breakaways when the pace is really on, but at the moment, it's just edging up slowly. And as I say that, some of our other competitors just start to edge up a little bit with it. So they're starting to bunch up again. We're only starting to lose one off the back now as we're through the 3 kilometre mark of this 10,000 metre event. And it's Natalie Rule looking really, really comfortable out in front. Tucked in nicely behind her. Tara Palm almost just slotted in beautifully after doing that early pace work. And Lauren Ryan still sitting in 3rd position. So plenty going on towards the front end of this field. A lot of the class competitors just hanging around there as this home straight starts to get just that little bit busier and people start to cheer and start to clap. They'll have their favourites out there in the field as now Tara Palm starts to edge a few more through and say, come up through if you want to. And on the outside there, going to make a move around.
Pompiani is the one who's taken that invitation, and Van Graham's gone with her. So Leanne Pompiani getting onto the inside there of Nat Rule. Van Graham just to the outside. Now Bat Doyle makes her move. Caitlin Adams following the South Australian. There's going to be a good competition there for the top South Australian. There's 3 of them all together at the moment when you throw in Tara Palm. So interesting to see what Rose Davies does at this stage as well. She's still sitting in the middle of that pack, and it is Pompiani who's taken the pressure up on the field, and we'll be watching those splits as Ross Pentland hits that digit as they come through on each of these laps. And let's watch how this little change of momentum or change of pace starts to impact the field.
It's always fascinating in these sort of races when they try to edge the competitors through and get them up in front, and Pompiani certainly jumped at the opportunity. So now she gets up on that inside rail just in front of Natalie Rule there. One of the bigger movers as well was Izzy Bat Doyle, who now starts to make her presence felt up towards the top of the field as well. Caitlin Adams looking really good. You mentioned the power of these South Australians. Lauren Ryan just slips back into 4th position behind Bat Doyle there, and Rose Davies just behind Tara Palm, who was our early race leader. So you start to see them move through. Mazadani just off the back of our 2-time champion, 2-time defending champion at that, Rose Davies, as that was one of the more interesting laps we've seen across this 10,000 metres. They're about to come up and reach 14 laps to go here, and it's Pompiani who's leading it out from Natalie Rule. Behind there is Izzy Bat Doyle, so too Lauren Ryan. Tucked in beautifully is Caitlin Adams. Right on her shoulder is Van Graan, and behind her there Tara Palm, Rose Davies, and also Amelia Mazadani.
So they're still about the 33.40 pace, but we're just seeing those that times just edging up a little bit, Mitch. Very interesting to see Bat Doyle made that big move because she was sitting right behind Rose Davies, and I thought that might have been strategic for her early on. But once the pace sort of jigged around a little bit, Izzy decided she wanted to get up near the front, and she's gone well ahead of Rose. But then in saying that, Rose isn't far behind either.
No, not at all. And these sort of paces are good because you can sort of find a perfect position in the pack, and then once it starts to move, so long as you're there for it, you should be in a really good position. So at the moment, getting out of the jostling and staying away from sort of all of that pandemonium, they now string themselves out really nicely, and it's still Pompiani who's leading out Natalie Rule. Right behind there, Ros Davies, or I should say, sorry, Izzy Bat Doyle, and tucked in nicely again is Lauren Ryan, who I mentioned she was sitting really comfortably there in that 3rd position, and now she finds herself with plenty of room in that 4th place spot.
Okay, so Pompiani leading the way. The pace has gone up, and it's sitting under the 82nd pace laps now, so they are starting to lift the intensity, and we're probably going to see some damage here, Mitch, now. Rose Davies still sitting in that mid position just behind Tara Palm at the moment. Mazadani just behind her. Then let's not forget about Charlotte Wilson. Fane Ryan just behind her. Charlotte's had a really good crack at the in the Collingwood Classic. She really punched out a great 5,000 metres there after probably being disappointed at the Vic Champs. But Charlotte's looking really good in that sort of towards the mid-pack there at the moment. Fiend Ryan just off her, and Brooke Williams looks like she's the next one to go. We have lost Jess Noble, I think, out of the field. Versova's just the one in front of Brooke Williams, but out front it is still Leanne Pompiani, the girl from the ACT.
Well, there's plenty of tenacity in this race, as you mentioned. Charlotte Wilson just at the back of it there, looking so comfortable, so strong as they just attach onto the pack there. Behind her, also we're talking about Cara Fenian-Ryan. We mentioned she went to the World Championships this year for the steeplechase. She's been on the roads as well, so certainly stepping her way up the distances. The Brooks athlete is at the front of the field. It's still Pompiani and Tim. It's not always easy to get to the front of these big races, but she's doing it with such class at the moment, Pompiani. Right behind her there is Natalie Rule. So too, Izzy Bat-Doyle, Lauren Ryan tucked in nicely. Caitlin Adams has had such a great start to this season. She now just finds herself in a position there. So as I say that, Izzy Bat-Doyle just creeps up one more spot. She just goes around the shoulder there of Natalie Rule. Behind her, Lauren Ryan might look to do the same. Caitlin Adams right on the back of Natalie Rule. Right behind her there is still Van Garn and a small little gap, but Rose Davies starts to peg it back. Tara Palm behind her. Now we start to see Amelia Mazzodowney, so we can start to see it move now, Tim. You did mention it's going to get interesting. It certainly has livened up.
Yeah, Rose Davies' move was a good one there. It's just showing that she's still in as a player in this event. Let's not forget that Leanne Pompiani's learned how to win races this year. It's probably one thing that she couldn't do in 2020 or 2021, but in 2022 she's taken out the Sydney to City to Surf. She also won the Gold Coast 10K and the Burnie 10 in a time of 32.04. So Pompiani doesn't mind leading, and that's exactly what she's doing right now, and she's going to try and turn the screws and just make it harder and harder for the girls behind to go with her, and we are starting to see a few little cracks form.
Yeah, we certainly are. This pack is now just starting to dwindle down. At the back of it at the moment is Amelia Mazzodowney, as Fiend Ryan now might try and reattach herself to it. Tara Palm just behind her there. So as you mentioned, turning the screws is the most perfect way to describe it. They're just starting to ramp it up ever so slightly, which can sometimes just feel so difficult once you've found yourself a rhythm, and Fiend Ryan's done a really good job to latch onto the back of this pack right on the heels of Amelia Mazzodowney. So they're strung out really nicely at the moment. It's Pompiani right behind her there is still Izzy Bat-Doyle. Lauren Ryan has not moved from third or fourth position in this race. Natalie Rule behind her there. So too Caitlin Adams right on her shoulder is Van Graan. Behind her is Rose Davies, Amelia Mazzodowney and Fiend Ryan.
Now we're talking about turning the screws, and what we're seeing in the last few laps have been an 82nd, a 79, a 78, a 77, and the last one is 76. And Pompiani is turning those screws, and we're starting to see that damage starting to form further back in the field. Bat-Doyle looking good though. Ryan looks good. They're all, that first 8 to 10 back to Fiend Ryan are going nicely. Bit of a break then to our early leader in Tara Palm. Charlotte Wilson with her gap to first over and then a gap back to Williams. But out front it is Leanne Pompiani, who's really starting to make the girls work and starting to try and take the ascendancy as we hit that halfway mark of this event.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff now as they start to separate. So Fiend Ryan right at the back of it. It's strung out really nicely. Pompiani maybe want to try and drop it one more second. She's been so good at it. Why stop now? So as you mentioned, it's starting to really ramp up, and Pompiani looking good to be able to do it. So once you find form, you find your stride. Right behind her there is Bat-Doyle, happy to go with it. Lauren Ryan spots a little bit of distance, and it's Natalie Rule right on her heels there. Caitlin Adams looked good, and watch Rose Davies now. Just starts to creep around to the outside of lane one and wants to get a part of the action. So Davies moves around the shoulder there of Van Graan as now she starts to move up one more. Caitlin Adams is the next one, and she gets right on the tail of Natalie Rule. Out the back there is Fiend Ryan, who might just be starting to lose a little bit of contact from Amelia Mazzodowney as she now makes her way around two. So this pack is just going to keep getting smaller and smaller, and this race more interesting and interesting as it starts to stretch away a little bit now, Tim.
So a 76-second lap once again, so they're stabilising on that sort of mark at the moment, but as we're seeing, Fiend Ryan, the next one to drop. She's the 3,000 metre steeplechaser. This is a long way for Cara, but we're still seeing a good quality field out front, and it is Leanne Pompiani's just still turning those screws. Ryan looking good in third. Rose Davies in a great position there, just off the back of Nat Rule. As we said, been training well up in Bendigo with the squad up there with Andy Buchanan. Caitlin Adams just off the back of her. Van Graham, the next one's being asked the question of, and she's just sitting off the back of Mazzodowney.
We'll have a look at that now. It started to separate again, and Rose Davies so quick to jump onto that move there from Pompiani. She's just trying to get rid of some of these competitors at the moment. She's just trying to say, all right, you want it. I know you're a little bit faster, but come and get it. So Rose Davies goes around once more. The two-time defending champion puts herself in the third position, right behind Izzy Bat-Doyle, who's tucked in right behind Pompiani. In fourth position at the moment is Lauren Ryan. Natalie Rule behind there, Caitlin Adams, so too Amelia Mazzadowney and Van Grant just on the back straight at the moment. Adams now starts to move through. Mazzadowney going to get on her shoulder. Ryan starting to drop back a little bit, and look who it is who's moving through once again. It's Rose Davies. So she's moved her way from the back half. She got to the middle, she got towards the front, and now she sits one out behind Pompiani. Behind her there is Izzy Bat-Doyle, and this race is just getting faster, Tim.
It certainly is. 3:11 for that last kilometre, so they are starting to pick it up. A race in 3 now. Gap to Ryan. Adams working hard to try and keep contact there. Mazzadowney with her, also Nat Rule and Van Graham. But out front, Pompiani looks smooth. Rose Davies has done the beautiful move though. Probably the top 3 coming into it. They're the ones out front now, but Leanne Pompiani leads the way. She's making them work. They're down to a 75-second lap, but it'll be interesting to see what that last one, 74. It gets quicker and quicker. Who says 10,000 metre racing is boring? This is absolutely intriguing stuff as our race in 3 out front really starts to go for it. They're going to try and work out who that order is, who's got the kick and who's got the strength.
Yeah, there's plenty of spice in the kitchen at the moment, and they're starting to get cooking up the back straight. So Pompiani, she's still asking the question. She's saying, come along right with me if you want to come and get it. Rose Davies was quick to act, and Izzy Bat-Doyle just tucked in nicely behind. So this pack of 3 makes its way up to the 200 metre mark, looking really comfortable. Lauren Ryan, Mazzadowney on the back of her, Caitlin Adams not far away, neither is Natalie Rule, and Van Grant right on the shoulder of them. But at the front of the field, it is Pompiani. Right in the middle of the ASIC sandwich at the moment is Rose Davies, two-time defending champion. You can't say that enough. Behind her there is Izzy Bat-Doyle. She was so good in her marathon debut in Melbourne, and now she starts to get the wheels moving. She certainly has the speed capacity and just sits there nicely on Davies as Pompiani, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but turns the screws once more, Pompiani.
So let's watch for this lap split once again. Yeah, and they've gone 74 once again, so they've gone to a new level once again, Mitch, and they're holding it there. So this pacing is beautiful. Every now and then you see Izzy just dropping back a little bit, then she works her way forward back again. That's strength. She ran a 2:28 debut marathon not so long ago here in Melbourne. She is a class athlete. We'd love her here in Melbourne, and we'd love to see her take out the Zatopek, but out in front of her, Leanne Pompiani and Rose Davies, they do not want that fairy tale.
No, they certainly don't. They want to make it as hard as humanly possible. As Pompiani, she's been in front for so long. I hardly remember who was in front to start it. So Pompiani leading out Rose Davies. She knows how to win them, not just one of them, but 2 of them. The young 23-year-old now just starts to creep on the shoulder. Izzy Bat-Doyle right behind her there. We've mentioned the pedigree that she has. Back there in 4th position at the moment is Amelia Mazzadowney, and right behind her is Lauren Ryan. At the front of the field, they make their way halfway down the home straight. It's Pompiani. Rose Davies right behind her there. The patented head tilt. She's starting to creep up a little bit. They look so comfortable at the front of this race, and it's Izzy Bat-Doyle just behind them. So these 3 have done so much work together. They've probably learnt the rhythm, and somebody's going to have to go ahead and try and break it up to really make this race interesting over the back half.
So Mazzadowney, then Ryan, Adams, Rule, Van Graham in that order off the back 3. Gap then to Fane Ryan, also Tara Palm, Charlotte Wilson, Fursova, and then Brooke Williams. So down the back straight they go again, no change. Bat-Doyle just still sitting there. The gap a little bit more than it is from Pompiani to Davies. So Davies sitting beautifully in the slipstream there. Pompiani doing the work. Lap pacing still sitting on the 74. So 3 in a row, 3 74s in a row, and they are looking really solid. A 3:05 last kilometre from 3:11 to 3:05.
Well, you got to feel that energy coming off the track at the moment, don't you? Let's try and liven this place up just a little bit. It's starting to really ramp up. Rose Davies trying to do something only one has ever done
number 4, and that's a back-to-back-to-back title. She's sitting on the shoulders of Pompiani. You mentioned, Tim, she's learned how to win big races this year. None would come bigger than this 10,000 metres in front of her. Pompiani leading out Davies. Behind there is Bat Doyle. In 4th position at the moment is Mazzodowney. But as they come through the start-finish line, Pompiani, Davies, Bat Doyle. What an absolute classic we have down here at the moment.
So the rubber band stretching. Davies to Bat Doyle. Is it about to snap? As we can see, Davies just sitting beautifully on Pompiani's back. They'll be coming down the back straight to do the first of the lapping as Brooke Williams drifts back into the lead bunch there. But I think the rubber band is really starting to stretch there for Izzy Bat Doyle. Does she have the toe to get back onto them? Does she have the kick? I'm not sure if she will against these two with their times over that 5K and 10K.
It's hard to write anybody off, but you're right, it is starting to feel the pinch towards the back end of this women's 10,000 metres, and the one who looks the most comfortable at the moment is Rose Davies on the back of Pompiani. So you cannot say a bad word about Izzy Bat Doyle. As we said, she's got that pedigree over the distance, and she's one of the toughest women in Australian distance running. I see hands up on the corner there. Let's start to really pump it up on the athletics track at the moment. It's Pompiani, Rose Davies behind her, Izzy Bat Doyle not too far away. In 4th position is still Amelia Mazzodowney, Lauren Ryan in 5th, and behind her there running a great race is Van Graan. But at the front of the field now, it's Pompiani. On the shoulder there is Rose Davies. It hasn't changed for laps. Will it change over the next 5? We'll have to wait and see. Izzy Bat Doyle still fighting away there in 3rd position.
2 kilometres to go, less than that now. So 26.06 as they went through the 8K mark. Another 74, their clockwork at the moment, and a good pace, about a 3.06 for that kilometre. So they've steadied this pace, but as we're seeing, that pace is now too quick for Izzy Bat Doyle, and that gap is starting to just extend. The gap then back to Mazzodowney. That's out to about 80 metres between Bat Doyle and Mazzodowney. Another 30 to 40 metres back to Ryan, and also Van Graham, the South African, who is looking so good as well, the New South Wales girl. But we're seeing a little break here. Pompiani, she's stretched out a little bit, and I think that's a big break.
That is a huge moment in this women's 10,000 metres. Pompiani, she's done turning the screws. There's no more tread on them. Pompiani says, if you want to, come get it. So it becomes 5 to 10 metres. How long is this going to last for? Rose Davies just on the shoulder there. Izzy Bat Doyle, she's off the back, but still in that 3rd position. Such a class competitor. But it's Pompiani who wants to try and do this early. There's 4 laps to go. Still plenty of it in this women's 10,000 metres. But Pompiani, she wants to leave nothing to chance. She wants to try and get rid of this now, and she starts to stretch away a little bit more and a little bit more every 50 metres. It's Bat Doyle in 3rd. It's still Mazzodowney in 4th position and Lauren Ryan in 5th. But Pompiani, it's a big break, Tim. Can she hold it?
What I'm looking at is the style and the form, and we haven't seen Leanne change whatsoever. Rose was looking so good for so long, sitting off the back of Leanne, but now Rose is just showing a few signs of stress. Izzy's just hanging in there nicely. This could be a really good finish between her and Rose Davies, but I think we're going to see it could be Leanne Pompiani just stretching this field and stretching them further.
Well, it could possibly be a changing of the guard. Rose Davies has won the last 2. Pompiani now, it started as a 10-metre gap and it's just starting to get further and further, and you never know what can happen in a women's 10,000 metre event. A 10,000 is one of the hardest events you can compete in, and Pompiani is trying to prove that she has the class to mix it with anybody. So she's stretching away. It's still Rose Davies in 2nd position, Bat Doyle there in 3rd, Mazzodowney in 4th, and we see a change of 5th as Van Graan now makes her way into that position. So Pompiani starts to pump the arms. There's 3 laps to go. She's stretching away a little bit and a little bit. Rose Davies certainly not done with yet, and neither is Izzy Bat Doyle. These last 3 laps are going to be one of the best as they start to make their way around that corner. It's Pompiani, Davies, Bat Doyle. Those are your 3, and I think they'll remain your 3. Just what positions it will be, but Pompiani certainly making it hard work for anybody to get over the top.
Well, running 7 to 74-second laps in a row. That's what's done the damage. Leanne Pompiani, rock solid, keeping that pace going. She looks fantastic. Rose Davies just drifting back. I wouldn't be surprised if Izzy Bat Doyle starts to think, I can catch you there, Rose, and go into that 2nd position. But out front now, it is another 3.06 kilometre for the last one. She's into the last kilometre now. Let's get behind that crowd on the front front straight looks sensational, Mitch. Let's get behind them. Let's get behind all of the competitors here as they come through, but particularly Leanne Pompiani. She is on her way to history here. It could be a good title, 3 laps out. I reckon that's 2 to go here.
Well, I've heard Pompiani is the queen of Stromlo in Canberra, and she might become the queen of Lakeside at the moment as we now see Bat Doyle just go around the shoulder of Rose Davies. We want to hear the crowd absolutely lift. Let's blow the roof off a place that doesn't have one. Pompiani, she's put on a clinical 10,000 metre performance as she makes her way up this back straight. It's Bat Doyle just around the shoulder now of Rose Davies as she tucks in. Mazza still in 4th position, but this is one of the most comfortable final kilometres I've seen in a 10,000, and Pompiani is certainly announcing herself. If you hadn't heard the name before, you won't forget it after this one as she makes her way with 800 odd metres to go.
So 600 out now, Pompiani just going past Versova. The battle for 2nd and 3rd still on. Mazza clearly there in 4th, and then Van Graham in 5th, Lauren Ryan in a 6th. But around she comes. Come on, home straight crowd. Get behind these leaders as they come through. Give them a big cheer. Get right into this race, and let's get Leanne Pompiani on for a big time here. Time check now, 30:52. A slow early start, and she's just wound it up. And as we keep saying, turn those screws. And she has really set herself up. 1 lap out. Let's get behind her.
Here is the sweet, sweet sound of the bell for Leanne Pompiani as she seems to have an unassailable lead at the moment. We now see Izzy Bat Doyle slide into 2nd, Rose Davies in 3rd, and it's still Amelia Mazza in 4th place. But as they make their way with 300 metres to go, if you're sitting down, I encourage you to stand up and salute the changing of the Zatopek title at the moment. It's Leanne Pompiani off the back straight, looking so strong. She's been phenomenal over the back half of this 10,000 metres, but coming with an absolute flyer is Izzy Bat Doyle as well. So Pompiani with 200 metres to go, looking phenomenal. Bat Doyle in 2nd position, Rose Davies in 3rd, 180 metres to go in this women's 10,000 metre Zatopek event. We need everybody on this curve now to stand and salute as Leanne Pompiani makes her way around. 100 metres separates her and her name in the history books as a 10,000 metre national champion. She was 8th in 2020. She climbed 7 positions, and she will become your national 10,000 metre champion. Leanne Pompiani, stand and deliver. 50 metres to go as she will crash the tape as the new Australian champion. What a performance. As Izzy Bat Doyle comes home to take the 2nd position, Rose Davies in 3rd, a gallant performance. But Leanne Pompiani now becomes the national champion. A good kick down here from Amelia Mazza to get 4th. And how about this performance as well from Annalise Van Grant? She will come through for 5th position, and watch the clock dips under that 33-minute mark. It's Lauren Ryan now making her way. Keep those round of applause coming down this home straight as Natalie Rule now approaches too. Caitlin Adams not far away, and our early race leader Tara Palm starting to enter. But Tim, you mentioned her beforehand. What a performance.
Yeah, as we said, Leanne's learned how to win, and what a big stage to win on here at Lakeside Stadium with the setting sun. Leanne Pompiani really announces herself if she hadn't done so already at the top level of Australian athletics, and congratulations, Leanne. What a superb performance. Took the lead when the pace was dropping, and then she just proceeded to go faster and faster and faster and put a very, very good field to the sword, and is our rightful owner now of that Zatopek trophy. As we see Thane Ryan just coming through to go. 1 lap left for a Brooke Williams. As for Sova, next one to finish. Charlotte Wilson in the Essendon colours. She'll be the next one through. We're still under the 34-minute mark. What a quality field we've seen here today. And great racing, Leanne Pompiani.
Oh, that was absolutely textbook 10,000 metre running, and what a performance. It was just so well thought out. The execution of that race was just happy to sit towards the front of that pack, and when called upon, Leanne Pompiani did not hesitate. She did not flinch, and she did not put her foot on that brake once. That opportunity to get to the front was all she needed, and just started, turn the screws is almost patented for this race at the moment. But Leanne Pompiani, that was absolutely sensational, and a massive well done to Izzy Bat Doyle as well to keep pushing and pushing and pushing for for that second position. And Rose Davies, she caps off her last 2 previous national titles with a 3rd place now. That was just phenomenal distance running.
And in many ways, the sign of such a hard race. After so many 74s, Leanne was doing 75s at the end. Izzy coming in on her, but the break was just too much, and what a sensational performance. Congratulations, Leanne. So let's get behind Brooke Williams, final finisher here. Will now require the crowd back off the track. You'll be invited back on for the men's 10,000 metres, but we do have, as the time check, so final finisher just over the 35-minute mark, and we'll have the crowd now off the track, and they'll be coming back out for the men's event, because in the meantime we will be running the finals of the Victorian 4x4 100-metre championships. Nick Wall will be doing full commentary on that.
So amazing running we've seen there in the 10,000 metres. Leanne just doing an interview with Athletics Australia Media. Tim Crosby's going to fly down in a second and interview here the crowd, but also post-show this evening we are going to be chatting to all of our main winners this evening. I see Tim Crosby flying down there. He's going to interrupt very quickly. I see Scott behind the camera ready to go. The pole vault action is hotting up. Our teams are now getting up near that 8:50 mark. Mitch Dyer is about to wrap up the results of the Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge. Amaru Chansira, one of our last jumpers to go in that team challenge. And the action also hotting up with the 4x4s. Teams in the Victorian Championships making their way around the track. We're now going to go down to Tim Crosby and our 10,000 metre winner, Leanne Pompiani.
Great to be joined here, Leanne Pompiani. What a race, Leanne. You just took that by the horns, didn't you? And went for it, just picked up the pace, hit into those 74-second laps, and you just hung on.
Yeah, I mean, we had no idea how it was going to play out. The plan wasn't to lead from that early, but championship racing, you know, no one really wants to lead, but I just had to back myself and the fitness I have at the moment. So, yeah, happy with that.
Your momentum, once you hit those 74s, you did not change. You looked the same. There was no expression. You were game face on. Could you feel behind you that the pressure was just coming on to Rose and that you could feel a drop away?
Yeah, Rose was definitely putting the pressure on, and I could hear, you know, there was still others in the mix, like Izzy was still there, so you don't know what anyone else has. But the 74s, I'd like to think if I get into a race somewhere overseas, maybe next year, that I can just do that the whole way.
Well, I think you can. Now, looking forward to the rest of this year, or probably into next year, a lot happening in 2023. What are the goals?
Yeah, so next up is the World Cross Trials at home in Canberra, so that's nice not to have to travel for a race. So I'd love to make that team. And then obviously we've got World Champs, make the team run World Cross hopefully. World Champs later, potentially a marathon.
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah, I'm hearing a bit about that now, but a little bit longer. I definitely want to get my 5K and 10K quicker.
How does the title Zatopek champion sound to Leanne Pompiani?
It does sound good. I think it's my first national title, so I really did want it tonight.
Congratulations, Leanne. What a fabulous race.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Thanks, Tim Crosby. So it built up slowly there over 25 laps. As Tim mentioned there, Leanne has worked her way up. It was her first national title. Very exciting for her, the Canberran. But now the action returns to the Victorian Championship. It's the 4x400 metres. 7 teams here from lane 2 to lane 8. So from lane 2, it'll be Frankston. They'll be represented by Kayla Barrett, Charlotte Halal, Hayley Meddings, and Paige Elvey, bringing it home, the 400-metre hurdler. In lane 3 will be Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr, Michaela Michaels, Sarah Ruddle, and Ida Larrity. In lane 4 from Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay, Kyla Chapman, Tess Griffiths, Natalie Laurie. In lane 5 from Glen Huntley, one of the teams to watch tonight, Claudia Carter, Sophia Hanlon, Ashley Palmer, and Nicola Davis. In lane 6 from Ringwood, Jessica Payne, Shauna Herbst, Carla Dreyer, and also Danielle Shaw. In lane 7 from Collingwood, Jessie Andrew, Kendra Hubbard, Kiara Santilia, Scarlett Burmeister. Lane 8 from Glen Huntley, Emily McLean, Thanya Vijayakuma, Emma Wadley, and also Jasmine Firth. So it's 7 teams. This is a Victorian Championship up for grabs. We saw Ringwood win the 4x100 metre Championship Open with 3 of these girls. They took that title at Box Hill just a fortnight ago. The Glen Huntley team here, Ashley Palmer on the return. A lot of our best female athletes return even bigger and better after their first baby, and none of those trying to prove that tonight will be Ashley Palmer. Jessie Andrew this season is the fastest 400 metre runner in Victoria. She'll be leading off for Collingwood, and she'll go to Kendra Hubbard. The 400 metre Olympian, she'll be the second leg there for them. Glen Huntley B team, quality when you can have Emily McLean in the B team leading off. So absolute line-up here, star-studded fields, 7 of them. We've seen Glen Huntley right at the top of these fields many times before. Frankston also, as we said, Ringwood the sprint, normally the 4x1 specialist tonight, going around the 1 lap. Surprisingly, no Sandringham on the blocks, much to the disappointment of Tamsin Manu, I imagine. But we are Final practice starts done. We're going to get back behind our blocks. So we're in the starters' hands, Victorian 4x400 metre championship.
On your marks. Set.
So from the inside, Frankston, Geelong Guild, Nunawading, Glen Huntly, Ringwood, Collingwood and Glen Huntly B. And it is that very fast starter there. Jessie Andrew out wide, now being chased by Jessica Payne. So Jessica Payne from Ringwood, she's got the 200 metre former specialist, gone up to the shoulder of Jessie Andrew, also in her first season now at the 400 metre distance. So Collingwood, Ringwood, it's a racing two out in front at the moment. The two Glen Huntly teams possibly third and fourth. But it's going to be a long lead as we hit the main straight here. Jess Payne has flown around the first leg for Ringwood. Jessie Andrew looks good and she's pulling away down the main straight here to give Collingwood a lead. Not a bad lineup when you get Collingwood can change first, then a hand over to the Olympian in Kendra Hubbard. So Jessie Andrew very strong down the straight. Ringwood's in second. Andrew, she'll pass the baton over in 54 low. Ringwood now go next. That's Shauna Herbst, the sprint hurdler. Glen Huntly, number 8, or the A team, just in front of the B team, and in third, Geelong Guild. So Geelong Guild chasing Ringwood. Ringwood 50 metres down on Kendra Hubbard. This could be a Collingwood first time 4x4 state victory, I believe. So Kendra Hubbard, the Tokyo Olympian. It's 40 metres back to Ringwood. Glen Huntly now moving to third. Glen Huntly moving to fourth. Geelong Guild behind them. Frankston just off the pace at the moment. And behind them it looks to be Nunawading. But we hit the front straight here on this second leg and it's all Kendra Hubbard. Jessie Andrews stood it up wonderfully. They are new training partners, of course, with John Nicolosi. So it's a 50 metre lead. Glen Huntly with Sophia Hanlon, the junior, moving up into second. Ringwood in third. Shauna Herbst fighting on strong. But out in front, it's going to be Kiara Santilia of Collingwood. She goes bang. Look at those absolute piston-like pumping down the way there. Herbst was terrific and held the gap there for Ringwood. Ashley Palmer gets the baton in third for Glen Huntly A. Geelong Guild in fourth. Glen Huntly B next. Frankston and Nunawading. But out in front, Kiara Santilia. We've seen her very strong over the 100 and 200 as a junior. And here she is being hunted by Ashley Palmer of Glen Huntly. A big return season for her. I've seen her in the Pride colours this season, down on the beaches, down in the dunes. What can she do here back at the Lakeside Blue track? Ringwood still in third. Geelong Guild making some ground in fourth, trying to get themselves on the podium. Glen Huntly B not out of it yet. But down the main straight, Collingwood's going to be very, very hard to catch from here. They've gone out hard, every one of them. Jessie Andrews set it up. They've gone to Kendra Hubbard. Kiara, right now Santilli just going a little bit up and down here, but she's going to still give them a solid lead. And Collingwood are away. Glen Huntly, it's going to be a 5-second last leg differential. Danielle Shaw gets the baton next. Sprint hurdler herself. Ringwood with a lot of sprint hurdler form tonight in this squad. Next through Geelong Guild, Glen Huntly B. That looks like the junior Firth who just come back from the All Schools. Frankston and Nunawading. But out in front, it's still Collingwood. Danielle Shaw though is flying. Shaw of Ringwood. Glen Huntly behind her. This could be a massive chase down. It was 5 seconds at the last change. Has Collingwood just done enough? Scarlett Burmeister, the junior from Collingwood. The gap's gone It's gone from 40 metres to now 10 metres. Shaw's hunting. Shaw, Ringwood, Collingwood down the straight. Glenn Huntley's going to be on third. Collingwood, Ringwood, Danielle Shaw looks down. Can she find a little bit? Collingwood's going to take the state championship. That's their first. Fist in the air. Well-deserved, Scarlett Burmeister. Set up, by, of course, by Jesse Andrew, Kendra Hubbard and Kiara Santilia. Ringwood get the silver. Glenn Huntley come through for third. Gould was next, Geelong Gould. Frankston beat Glenn Huntley B on the line. Nunawading round out the field. But Collingwood, your Victorian Open 4x400 metre champions. Again in order, Jesse Andrew, Kendra Hubbard, Kiara Santilia, Scarlett Burmeister. Ringwood, gutsy effort there. Jessica Payne, Shauna Herbst, Carla Dreyer, Danielle Shaw. And in third, Glenn Huntley, Claudia Carter, Sophia Hanlon, Ashley Palmer, Nicola Davis. 1, 2, 3, unofficial at the moment. We'll wait for the all clear from our officials in the Victorian 4x400 metres championship. Presentations of the Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge to Mitch Dyer on the ground.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nick. We are down here at the long jump, and we have our winners of the Gary Honey Long Jump Challenge. With a jump of 7.28 is Amiru Chandrasena. And his partner, Eleanor Cooney Hunt, with a jump of 5.51 to give the team total of 12.79. Congratulations to our winners down here at the long jump.
Jumps king of coaching, Johnny Boas. Thank you, John. So Steve Hooker pole vault challenge looks like it's just wrapped up as well. I'm going to get you, Mitch, to run across to the pole vault challenge now next. We're going to do our presentations across there. Meanwhile, our men are getting ready for the 4x4. Can Collingwood do the double? They were tremendous there in the last one in the ladies. And here they have a real chance. So our lineups here in our men's 4x400 metre final. These gentlemen had heats 2 weeks ago at Box Hill. There was some terrific racing. There are probably three favourites here, but we'll go through the full field. In lane 1 from Glenn Huntley will be Seb Hadaway, James Hutton, Josh Stein-Ross and Matthew Goff. From Ringwood in lane 2, Hamish Hopkins, Fraser Parker, Jack Lacey and Zach Cossey. From Geelong Guild, we have Caleb Kilpatrick, Joshua Perdrissat, Finlay Kersop Cole. From Bendigo, Angus McKinlay, Cameron Smith, Jackson Eden, Oliver Muggleton. From Old Melburnians in 5, Daniel Minns, Michael Chochos, Conrad Kumaris and Tristan Robinson. From Collingwood in lane 6, Connor Fry, Luke Major, Jamie Harrison, Will Johns. From Frankston, Samuel Elvey, Caden Howden, Paddy Colgan, Joel Stapleton. And in lane 8 from Doncaster, Lachlan Reynolds, Kevin Rasool, Peter Holland, Matthew Parrott. So some interesting lineups here. The Collingwood team on paper might be the fastest, but we saw Luke Major and Jamie Harrison already go round in the 800 earlier tonight, so it's going to take a bit of sting out of their legs. Old Melburnians, we've got some previous winners here. You've got Chochos and Kamaris, Tristan Robinson also, and Minns have all been on the dais before for various clubs. Geelong Guild, that's the one I'm looking here. Caleb Kilpatrick, one of the best runs we saw at the Junior Championships in Adelaide over the weekend. He's going to set them off. Perdrissat will go second, another man who ran the 800 earlier tonight, to Kersop Cole. Absolute form runner he is there. Hamish Poulter will anchor that one. And interestingly for Doncaster, Kevin Rasul, probably the fastest PB in the field. He's back on the second leg, and anchoring that team will be Matthew Parrott, the recently named and crowned 17-year-old Victorian 100 yards champion of Victoria. So Collingwood, Old Melburnians and Geelong Guild, the ones for me to watch. Bendigo Region hoping to mix it up in there. Doncaster with a couple of surprise athletes, and Samuel Elvey on the first leg for Frankston potentially will be the first to change over. Elvey on the weekend went sub 47.5 and sub 21.5 for the first time. So we're in the starters' hands. No Ringwood Lane 2, 7 starters. Glen Huntly, Guild, Bendigo Region, Old Melburnians, Collingwood, Frankston, Doncaster.
On your marks. Set.
So from the inside, it's Glen Huntly in 1, Geelong Guild 3, Bendigo Region 4, Old Melburnians 5, Collingwood 6, Frankston 7, Doncaster 8. Down the back straight, Connor Fry, the 400-metre hurdles national champion, chasing Sam Elvey, the recently crowned silver and bronze medalist over 200 and 400 at the Australian Under-18 All Schools. Daniel Minns is the Old Melburnians athlete, chasing then Caleb Kilpatrick back behind them, the Under-17 Australian 400-metre All Schools champion. But out in front, it's Connor Fry, rising fast, have been doing that all night, his squad, but tonight Collingwood's trying to go back in the open women's and open men's 4x4. Minns is flying home down the straight here. Minns is going to take the baton first to Chochos. Old Melburnians will just hand over in 47 low. So Minns, that's a huge run. Probably took about a metre off Collingwood there. So Old Melburnians, Chochos and Major, training partners for years over the 400-metre hurdlers. Here they are side by side down the back straight. Chochos, the fastest percussionist in Australia. He's gone to the front here. Major's chasing him, so 400-metre hurdler meets now newly turned 800-metre runner. Perdrissat, as I said, next in line there from Geelong Guild, and making a good move behind them, it's Kevin Rasul, the Doncaster veteran in 4th. Bendigo Region 5th, Glen Huntly 6th, Frankston at the moment in 7th. Major and Chochos, that's Collingwood on the outside. Old Melburnians on the rail. They're going to hand it over side by side. Kumaris, Harrison. Harrison won the 800 metres earlier tonight. He went sub 150 for the first time. Can he catch Conrad Kumaris? He looks magnificent in the Old Melburnians bodysuit. Who doesn't love a man in a bodysuit? So out in front, Kumaris. Harrison sits on his shoulder. Can he show the strength that he did earlier on this evening? Back behind them, Geelong Guild saying we're not out of it yet. Doncaster, a lot of work to do. Stein Ross from Glen Huntly moving along well. Bendigo Region next. Frankston, I don't think will be on the podium tonight. But down the front straight, Harrison. It's been his night, the Zatopek 10. Zatopek 2022, Harrison said, I want another goal tonight. Harrison pulls away from Kumaris. I'm not sore from the 800. I'm pumped. And here we go. Collingwood, Will Johns, Tristan Robinson. It's 3 metres. Will Johns is the man in the long socks. He's the man in front. Chasing him is Tristan Robinson. They have raced for years over the one lap here in Victoria. Geelong Guild racing into 3rd. Doncaster next. Glen Huntly, Bendigo Region, Frankston. Tristan Robinson cruises past Johns down the back straight. Johns looks ready to go. With 200 metres to go, you've got Old Melburnians in front. Collingwood second. It's all about club pride here tonight. Can Collingwood win the men's and women's? Can Old Melburnians continue the incredible tradition over the 4x4? John swings wide. The multiple Victorian champion over 100, 200, 400. Tristan Robinson digs in strong in the pink spikes. Old Melburnians on the rail. Collingwood wide. Old Melburnians are going to take out the title. It was strong, it was gutsy. Tristan Robinson's been nabbed on the line before, but tonight he's won it for Old Melburnians. Collingwood second, Guild third, Doncaster next, Glen Huntly, Bendigo Region and Frankston. But Old Melburnians, Daniel Minns, I reckon you can take a big piece of that medal. Set it up on the first leg. Chochos was second, Kumaris third, Tristan Robinson anchored at home. For Collingwood, we had Connor Fry, Luke Major, Jamie Harrison and Will Johns. And for Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick, Joshua Perdrasat, Finlay Kersop Cole and Hamish Poulter. Ladies and gentlemen, your Victorian 4x4 champions, Old Melburnians.
Down to the presentation area. Once again, it is the presentations for the Women's Victorian 4x400 metre Relay Championships. Presentations to be made by Rob Wendell, President of Athletics Victoria. Our bronze medalists in a time of 3:54.66 is the team from Glen Huntly, Claudia Carter, Ashley Palmer, Sophia Hanlon and Nicola Davis. Receiving the silver medals in a time of 3:50.42 is the team representing Ringwood, Jessica Payne, Carla Dreyer, Shauna Herbst and Danielle Shaw. Now let's congratulate our Victorian champions for 2022 in a time of 3:49.51. It's the Collingwood Harriers, represented by Jessie Andrew, Kendra Hubbard, Kiara Santalia and Scarlett Burmeister. Congratulations to the teams from Glen Huntly, Ringwood and Collingwood. The medalists in the Women's 4x400 metre Relay Championship of Victoria. We now go down to Mitch Dyer with a pole vault update.
Thank you very much, Tim. I'm down here at the pole vault with our champions, the team of Sky Blue. This is at the Steve Hooker Pole Vault Champions. It will be presented by Mark Stewart here. The winning team with a combined total of 8.34 metres was Felicity Juvelet with a 3.62 metre jump and Tom Coughlin with a 4.72. Congratulations to the winners here in Team Sky Blue.
Time now for presentations for the men's 4x400 metre relay championship of Victoria. Presentations to be made by Athletics Victoria CEO Matthew Duck. In third position, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 3:19.30 is the team from Geelong Guild, represented by Caleb Kilpatrick, Joshua Perdrasat, Finlay Kersop-Cole and Hamish Poulter. In second position, receiving the silver medal at a time of 3:13.13, is the team representing Collingwood Harriers, represented by Connor Fry, Luke Major, Jamie Harrison and Will Johns. The gold medalists, the new Victorian champions for 2022 in a time of 3:13.10. It's the team from Old Melburnians, represented by Daniel Minns, Michael Sotsas, Conrad Kumaris and Tristan Robinson. So congratulations to the teams from Geelong Guild, Collingwood Harriers and Old Melburnians, our medalists in the Victorian men's 4x400 metre relay championship. Once again, it's with great pleasure that we introduce our field for the 62nd running of the Zatopek Men's 10,000 metre championship, which once again combines as the Australian and the Victorian championship. The event record, 27:22:54, set by Luke Kipkosgei from Kenya in 1998. The 2021 champion, he is returning. It is Jack Rayner, and he won last year in a time of 28:16.86. Athletes to watch out for in this event: Jack Rayner trying to go back-to-back, Matthew Clark from South Australia, Victorian 10K champion Sam McEntee, Liam Adams, the Olympian. He is here for his 10th Zatopek. James Hanson, the Tasmanian, who's here as well, lining up. Dual Australian cross-country champion Andy Buchanan, Jordan Guzman representing Malta, Ed Goddard, the wonder from New South Wales, Isaac Kane, the youngster from South Australia, and Jack Bruce from Queensland. An enticing field, Mitch Dyer, and we look forward to it. It's just as we saw in the women's event, a fantastic men's 10,000 metre championship.
Yeah, that was just an awesome display of 10,000 metre running. I think we're going to see exactly the same here. The calibre of this field is phenomenal, and it's about to get underway.
So underway now, 25 laps, the split start, 18 men in the field. Others to watch out for include Dale Carroll, placed here in the Victorian 10,000 Road Championship that finished here at Lakeside Stadium. Others to watch out for As we said, Matthew Clark was one to see. Tim Vincent, Andre Waring, also a Victorian. Jacob Cox from South Australia. It's a quality field, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly is, Tim, and we're seeing a very similar approach to what we saw at the start of the women's race, and that is everybody bunch up, wait and see who wants to take the lead. At the front of it there is James Hansen. He's had an incredible resurgence back into Australia, distance running. Such a great story, and he's just going to lead out. Jack Rayner right behind him there. Sam McEntee not too far the way either. So too was Isaac Heen on the outside of them. Matthew Clark now out of South Australia. Jack Bruce not too far away either. Jordan Guzman tucked in the pack. So you can go through name after name after name, and we just have so much talent in here. Andre Waring in a really nice position as well, and they're just going to find their feet here through the opening stages and try not to get tripped up or do anything silly.
So an emotional win for Hansen in the Launceston 10 earlier this year. A big win for him there. Has he really brought himself to the forefront of 10,000 metre running in Australia? We're going to find out tonight, but because behind him is the man. You know, Stewie McSwain, out-and-out champion over the 10,000 metre distance, but the man we're seeing in second position there, Jack Rayner, he is the Australian record holder set earlier this year, and what a performer Jack Rayner is. He's looking to go back-to-back here, Mitch, and Hansen's setting a relatively good pace. We'll get an update on that as we start to move through. I think Buden sitting there in fourth position. McEntee just sitting at the back of that first five. Isaac Haynes just at the front of him. A decent start, but we'll get a fix on the pacing as they start to move into this first kilometre of the 10,000 metres.
Yeah, and Aaron Spiesberger-Parker on the outside of there of Liam Buden. You're exactly correct there. So James Hansen is still happy to lead it out. As you said, a really good dictation of this pace will come in the next 100 metres, but they're all tightly bunched at the moment. Couple sitting a little bit wide, which is fine early, but you probably want to try and find that position. Isaac Heen, one of the furthest out there towards lane 2 at the moment, and behind him there is his South Australian compatriot in Jacob Cox. So on the rail beautifully, we should mention, is Sam McEntee at the moment. Just looks so smooth. He's on the inside there of none other than Tim Vincent, and that is looking really comfortable in the middle of that pack. So we'll let them keep rolling through here, but this entire field is just looking really comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, nicely bunched now. We're 23 laps to go. Let's start to bring the crowd out onto the track once again. So if we can get the rope carriers starting to make their moves. Now, we've been advised by MSAC, no food or drink on the track. So if you have got your hot cup of coffee or your Pepsi or your Coke, whatever is your flavour, please leave or finish that before you go on the track. So no food or drink on the track, but plenty of crowd and plenty of crowd experience, please.
Yeah, we certainly want plenty of noise as they make their way here through that opening kilometre around about that 3:02 pace. So certainly everybody just feeling each other out at the moment. They're swimming like ducklings on this beautiful blue track here at Lakeside, and they're certainly not trying to get rid of each other. So James Hansen, nobody wants to go around him. Jordan Guzman now works himself onto that shoulder. We spoke about him in the pre-show here before all the events. He's certainly one to watch. He's stepping up to that marathon, as we know. He's part of that Tin Man Elite group, and he's a really great performer. So if he can just keep himself comfortable, he's dangerous later. Matty Clark now puts himself in third position. Jack Rayner not far away. Buden on the inside of him. Vincent goes wider, and Andy Buchanan now starts to creep his way up there. So Jack Rayner finds himself in the pack a little bit closer to Sam McEntee, but it is still James Hansen, the Tasmanian, out in front.
Interesting sideways move there from Jack Rayner, so I'm not sure what was going on there. Maybe just trying to avoid a bit of trouble. But now we're seeing the first of our moves too, and it's quite an aggressive move as well. As we see Guzman deciding he wants to just take that pace up. They were sitting on 30 minutes pace. We'd want a 28-minute race here. Look at that beautiful sunset over Lakeside Stadium. One of the highlights of Zatopek night is just watching that beautiful city skyline coming into view while we see these 25 laps underway here at Lakeside. And it's Jordan Guzman, representing Malta, made that big choice a few years ago, doesn't regret it. He's been to the World Indoors wearing the Maltese colours. He set some national records indoors for Malta just a few months ago. And Guzman, as we said, stepping up to the marathon, 65-minute half marathon just last month. And Jordan's decided he really wants to go for it. Hansen's decided he's just going to sit back, and Rayner's just being smart.
Yeah, he just edges a little bit closer, doesn't he, Jack Rayner? He doesn't want to be caught behind the pack. It's very early, but Jordan Guzman, he's been training with the likes of Reed Fisher, who obviously did so well in New York. He was one of the top Americans there, and he's now just going to try and extend away from this pack. He's tough. This is a hard way to run a 10,000 metres, but we mentioned that he was probably one of our wild cards coming into this because we hadn't seen what he'd done over the 10,000 for a little bit of time, and that lead now is just stretching further and further, and nobody seems too game him to try and pick it up in any sort of rush. I think if somebody might do it, it could be the likes of Matt Clark or a Jack Bruce in the middle of that pack to start to move through. But at the moment, the pack's comfortable. Jordan Guzman, even more than that.
Very interesting move at this stage, I think, and I don't think Jordan would have planned this. He's just put the foot on the accelerator and decided to just go for it, and the pack has decided to let go. He's a 28.39 10k runner, so don't disrespect Jordan Guzman, but as we know, still coming through with 20 laps to go, so the 2k into the journey just about. We'll get Ross to hit that button in a tick. We'll get a lap split on what Guzman's doing at the moment as we go through the 2k in a time of 5:55. So he's picked up there probably a 2:50 that kilometre and a 60-second lap. Yeah, so 67 he's going through at the moment. That's his lap pace. So the pack behind probably sitting on around that 70-71s, I'd say, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a really big move there from Jordan. And you're mentioning what he can do. He's a 3:37 1,500 metre runner, 13:21 5,000 metre runner. He's got the wheels in his legs, and if he is training for that marathon, he's run a half marathon recently at that 65 mark. You'd think his aerobic capacity is going to be quite good at the moment. So if they're going to spot him this much room, they're going to have to be mindful through the middle of it. Jordan Guzman might just find himself in a very comfortable position. So he's just starting to extend away, happy to keep it ticking over around that 67 mark as now we see Jack Rayner go, all right, maybe we need to start reeling it in a little bit. James Hansen happy to just sit off the back of him. So too Matt Clark. Have a look at the calibre behind them. You've got Sam McEntee, Andy Buchanan, Jack Bruce. On the inside of them is Vincent Andre Waring, not too far away either. So these guys, it's follow the leader at the moment of Jack Rayner. Will get behind the national record holder, and maybe he can pull back this distance to Jordan Guzman.
Now, Rayner definitely not panicking. Rayner in control, but just starting to pick that pace up, there's no doubt about it. So he's the man who's driving the train there. Hansen, Clark, McEntee sitting on behind him. You can see Buchanan, Buden also in there, the Queenslander. So still nicely bunched. Stote and Reid at the back of the pack at the moment, the two Bendigo bats. So good to see the Bendigo representation also with Buchanan in the field. But out front, Guzman, been talking to him during the week, and he just said he's come to Melbourne this time just to see where he's at. No big intentions in the Zatopek. He just wanted to get a feel for where the marathon training was taking him and how comfortable he'd be over the 25 laps. And as we're seeing at the moment, he's very comfortable.
He's looking really comfortable, Tim. And have a look at this, though. Jack Rayner doesn't want to let it get too much further. So he's going to see who comes with him. It was James Hansen, and now around the outside of him is going to be Matt Clark. So Clark just latches onto the back of Rayner. McEntee going to do the work to get on the back of Hansen, and he'll pull through a contingent of 10 with him. So it's Jordan Guzman. He's still got a bit of a gap here. Just has a quick look around the shoulder just to have a feel of where his competitors are, and Rayner doing some good work to get on the back of it. You mentioned he doesn't panic. He is so good at switching off in these positions, Jack Rayner. You talk about aerobic capacity. He paced Brett Robinson through a lot of that Fukuoka Marathon only weeks ago to break the national record. So he's certainly in form, and now he's going to bring through a good 13 competitors with him to try and latch back on to Jordan Guzman.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Guzman is deliberately taking the foot off the pedal, wanting a bit of company this early stage in. Very impressed at the moment with Jack Bruce at the moment, the taller figure just sitting behind McEntee. So Bruce, great pedigree. You know, we know the quality of Jack Bruce. Had a few ups and downs during 2022, but good to see Jack out here and really looking very smooth. Andy Buchanan, Liam Buden just off the back of him. But the gap now to Guzman, he ran a 70 last lap, and I reckon this is deliberate. I think he wants probably a little bit more contact. He didn't want to be out that far that early, and he'll want to be part of a very aggressive race once they all start to come together again.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job of being able to bring that back. So Guzman takes one more look on the inside shoulder now just to see where everybody is, and Jack Rayner happy to let Matt Clark on the inside just go through a little bit. James Hansen has been in a really good position, but one of the best to do it at the moment is Sam McEntee. He looks really strong in that pack. Andy Buchanan making his way through. Isaac Heen as well, just through the middle of that now, starting to make his presence felt towards the front end of this pack as Jordan Guzman moves out to lane one, almost to say, all right, boys, I've got you moving now. I've let you know that I'm here. Let's get this thing going. So Matt Clark comes up on the rail. He's going to take the lead. Guzman tucked in beautifully on the shoulder there. Heen made the move in the middle of it on the outside of Rayner, and it's going to be James Hansen who finds himself on the inside of the tall looming figure of Sam McEntee, and Sam McEntee is not looming anymore. He goes straight to the front. So the tactics at the moment are getting interesting. This next lap's going to blow it open a little bit, I think.
It is all tactical at the moment. So Jordan's drifted back in. Hayne made a very good move to get up there. He's just not too long off a stressy, just a little bit of a push there with his team tempo mate there, Matty Clark, as they go around the bend, approaching our fantastic crowd out near that water jump and building around to the 50-metre mark. Good to see such good numbers out there. A few little cracks at the back starting to form, but McEntee just setting the tempo quite nicely. We'll get a fix on lap paces. They're running around 72, so it certainly isn't quick. They're sitting around the 30-minute pacing at the moment, or just under. It's going to develop into a real championship race.
Yeah, it certainly is almost like a fartlek at the moment, isn't it? They're just trying to gauge the pace. Sam McEntee, he's at the front of it, but not too far away is the entire field. So it hasn't broken up really whatsoever over 9 laps now, and Sam McEntee finds himself at the front of it. You're seeing guys now running out into borderline lane 3 in the middle of this pack. So everybody trying to jostle for a position at the moment as McEntee now just puts his foot on it a little bit, and he's going to nudge it forward once again. Clark in no real rush to try and bridge this gap. Hansen behind him, so too Rayner, Buchanan, and on the inside of them is going to be our competitor from New South Wales. Hayne not far away either, and Guzman, who was leading this event only a few laps ago, now finds himself tucked in that pack. Jack Bruce right behind him.
Well, they did drop to a 77-second lap there, and even you could keep up with that, Mitch, at this stage. That's why we saw the concertina effect. Everyone was back in again, and then McEntee just lifted it slightly. Andy Buchanan's the one who's taken the initiative to move forward. Timmy Vincent's going to the outside as well. I think that's Vestberger to the outside of him. Guzman now sitting right in the middle of the pack. Jack Bruce just having a look around. He's content to sit there. Dale Carroll, haven't called him at all, but he's sitting right off the back of Guzman. As they come through and they get 15 laps to go, they're at the, that must make it the 4-kilometre mark.
Certainly does, and now Sam McEntee obviously had a plan and he's going to try and execute it. So he's going to see who comes with him. It's Buchanan right behind there, and if you're the pack, you're very happy to see Andy Buchanan in front of you because he is one of the tougher competitors in this race. So he will be happy to try and jump on the back of Sam McEntee and not let it get too far away. It's Matty Clark there in 3rd position, looking really strong. Behind him is Vincent Hansen, just a tick behind him there. It is going to be our New South Wales competitor, and behind him is Haynes. So watch the move now. Jack Bruce starting to come up a little bit. Jordan Guzman coming up a little bit, and we haven't said his name much, but we're about to. Here comes Jack Rayner. He starts to move around the shoulder now. He's up on Hansen. He might even just creep up on Vincent. Vincent's not enough. He goes for Clark. So now this pack is starting to become a little bit more aware and edge forward, and now we're starting to lose a few competitors out the back.
Yeah, I think Jack Rayner just wanted to get out of trouble. He was too far back. There were too many around him. He's got into clear space now. Buden's the one who's taken the move with him. Impressed by the way Jack Bruce also responded there as well. So this is really starting to build as a race. Jack Rayner now starting to really become a player, and McEntee setting a very nice tempo.
He certainly is. He's not getting chopped, and as a tall figure with very long strides, that's such a benefit in a race like this. So Sam McEntee has free room to be able to move, and behind him there is Andy Buchanan. Now starts to come Rayner. Not too far away is Clark. In fact, nobody's too far away from this sort of pace at the moment. James Hansen just on the outside of Vincent there as they start to just move around ever so slightly. Apologies, it's Liam Buden on the outside now. So Jack Bruce looking really comfortable on his shoulder. Andre Waring as well, just on the back of that. We talk about people that have pace. Andre Waring been able to develop that over the last few years. Guzman 337, guys low 340s. We got 13 25k runners in here, so there's certainly plenty of pedigree. And Sam McEntee, don't forget, he's an Olympic 5,000 metre competitor, and he's starting to stretch it away a little bit.
So we're seeing running around the 70-71 mark at the moment. So the pace still not super hot, but it's enough for McEntee just to get that little bit of a break. Bruce sitting nicely in that mid-pack. They're all still in there. Norman's still there. Waring's alongside him. Clark just sitting behind the pairing of Buchanan and also Rayner as they come through. So a 68-second lap, so the pace is starting to go. It's similar to what we saw in the women's race. We're approaching that halfway mark now. We're about to hit the 5K zone, and it is not going to be a super quick night here tonight. They're not going to challenge that World Championship qualification standard, and Jack Rayner is the one now who starts to really pick up the tempo with Buchanan and also Matt Clark, the ones who are starting to go with him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rayner now just going to go after McEntee, and as you mentioned, behind him Buchanan. Matt Clark running a really smart race here. He's had a really impressive year, Matt Clark. He was a national champion over 12K on the road with 34.22. He was second behind Jack Rayner with a 63.26 in Melbourne at the half marathon. He was ninth at national cross country. He's not just a track runner now. As he starts to move up in that third position and bring a couple through with him now, it's still Sam McEntee and Jack Rayner at the front. And have a look at this. James Hansen, Matt Clark, Jack Bruce all start to press up. Right on the shoulder, Jordan Guzman.
I'm loving the fashion statement from Hansen from Tasmania. He's worn the arm warmers here. Cool night in Melbourne, probably cooler in Hobart or Launceston, but he's looking a treat. And as I said, a great victory for Hansen in Launceston, his own hometown. Great to see that victory here over 10K earlier this year against a good field, and I think Hansen's going to be a really good... So 14.50 though through the halfway mark. I think it's going to be a matter of how far are they going to negative split this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to really start to stretch it out. In fact, they've already started to do that as we see this pack slowly but surely starting to separate just a little bit. Still plenty of competitors involved with it, and Sam McEntee is right at the front of all the action. Right behind him there is Jack Rayner, Matt Clark on the outside, Andy Buchanan there, James Hansen. We're looking at so many competitors still in this race. Liam Buden for the likes, and also behind them there is still Jordan Guzman. Jack Bruce just trickles his way in front of him there too. So you have a look at this. You're almost just waiting for somebody to burst out of this pack and really make this a 10,000 metre as Jack Rayner now gets given the rail. Sam McEntee goes to the outside and James Hansen not too far away. Clark tucked in beautifully. It's going to be a really interesting next few kilometres, Tim.
Certainly is. So it is the training partners there, McEntee and also Rayner. Hansen, the next one to make the move. Jack Bruce back into the action. Starting to have a few drop. Dale Carroll looks like he might be just starting to ease back with Nathan Stote. So Carroll, big run here at the Lakeside 10. Stepping up to the 10,000 metre Australian Championship here tonight at Lakeside Stadium. We're seeing Doherty from the ACT Team Telford. He's sitting at the back of the pack at the moment. Svesberger Parker just sitting to the outside. Jack Bruce having a look over his shoulder to see what's happening, and he'd see Svesberger Parker just coming at him. Guzman sitting beautifully into that pack now. I think very good strategy from Jordan just to drift back in, not expending too much energy out there too early, and what will we see from him at the end?
This is going to be something special. This is going to be a barnstorming finish, I think, here in this men's 10,000 metres. And you know what? They're all ready for it to happen. They've all been waiting around. They've had their moments to get to the front of this. They're going to let the defending champion take them through here in front and let him dictate the race. Behind him there is Sam McEntee, Matt Clark on the inside there too. James Hansen not far away. Andy Buchanan, who was 7th in the marathon at the Commonwealth Games as well. Guzman now starts to feel the pressure creep up a little bit. He's just going to make his presence felt right there on the shoulder, not too far away. Andre Waring towards the back of the pack, so too Jacob Cox as we start to lose a few more. But here we go. We talked about turning the screws. We're flicking the light switch on this race at the moment and watching it spark up.
All right, 10 laps to go, so let's not get too excited yet, Mitch. So keep the volume down. But anyway, the race is certainly starting to liven up, and I think this is now going to be the test of character. The next few laps, who can hold on to Rayner? Rayner wants to win this. He loves this event. He wants to take the national title once again, but there's very good performers sitting just off the back of him here. Who can kick down with the Australian champion? Who knows? We're going to find out over the next 10 laps.
Yeah, I think this will be interesting here. The part I'm looking at is where Jack Bruce ends and Andy Buchanan starts. Will that stay together, or will that be something that separates over these next few laps? Have a look at this crowd on the athletics track as well. It's certainly building and the atmosphere is starting to lift, so they go into single file now. They give each other some room. It's the defending national champion Jack Rayner leading out Matt Clark. Sam McEntee not far away. Jordan Guzman poised beautifully there, so too James Hansen, Jack Bruce. Andre Waring makes his way around. He wants to be involved, and it's just getting faster and faster.
Well, you say that it went from a 71 second lap to a 64 second lap. Thanks for that, Ross. And they are starting to really lift the tempo. And this is what we're seeing. The cracks will start to form. Svesberger Parker, I think, is one of those to start to drop off. Harry, looks like Norman has also gone as well from that pack. So Reed is stepped off as well. So it is looking exciting out front now as Matty Clark wedges in between the training partners. Guzman in beautiful position. all the names we want to see up there are up there, Mitch.
They certainly are. All the names that we mentioned before the race are now starting to make their presence felt. And one that we probably didn't talk about, or two we didn't talk about a lot, was Waring and Hayne. They're just at the back of this pack as well, looking really comfortable. And you let a lot of people into the race when you do tend to start it off a bit slower. So as they start to ramp it up, if you found a rhythm, now's the time to execute. It's Jack Rayner, the defending champion, the two-time national record holder this year, just leading out Matt Clark, Sam McEntee, Jordan Guzman, James Hansen, Jack Bruce, Andre Waring, Isaac Heen, Andy Buchanan, and on the back of that is Boyden. So this is looking really good at the moment. They're strung out beautifully, and now we're going to start to see that injection of pace just drop down on the accelerator a little bit more at the front of it here from Jack Rayner.
Decisive move. So what was 67 for that lap, and what we're seeing now is some big cracks starting to form. So Rayner and Clark, as we said, Clark is fearless. He doesn't mind duking it out there with the best in the country, and he's got the best at the moment. Jack Rayner is our Australian record holder. But Matty Clark's the one who's decided, I'm going to throw it down as well. The gap now stretching out to a good 20 metres or so probably 15. And we're seeing McEntee, then Guzman, Bruce looking strong still, Waring battling on nicely, then Hansen and Hayne behind him.
They certainly are. So these two here are just going to try and duke it out and see if anybody wants to come with. And Jordan Guzman puts his hand up in the pack and says, fine, I'll do it. So he's going to try and bring them through here at the moment. There's a good contingent behind him. Andy Buchanan starting to drop off the back of this secondary pack a little bit. Andre Waring approaches the shoulder there of Jack Bruce, but it's all in an attempt to try and stalk down these two in front. It's Jack Rayner and Matt Clark right on the shoulder of the defending national champion as they make their way up this back straight. Plenty of running left to do here in this men's 10,000 metres at Attapec, and maybe, just maybe, they can claw their way on the back of these front two.
So Rayner making these 64-second laps look relatively comfortable, similar to what we saw with Pompiani in the women's 10,000 metres. And there's Jack Rayner just ploughing out 64s thereabouts, and Matt Clark looking so comfortable sitting on the heels.
And that's the thing, Matt Clark does look so comfortable. We see it here on the screen. He hasn't really grimaced yet. He takes a little bit of a look around. These two have the benefit of seeing this board up here as well, so they'll know what's going on. But Jack Rayner looking smooth, Matt Clark looking smooth, Jordan Guzman trying to bring the pack through, or at least get them moving fast. There's plenty left to happen over these final 6 laps. So Jack Rayner leading out Matt Clark. Jordan Guzman leads out Jack Bruce, followed there by Sam McEntee, Andre Waring, James Hansen, Isaac Heen, and Andy Buchanan starting to slide off the back a little bit. So you can feel it now. There's energy coming off this track, and I think Jack Rayner and Matt Clark are starting to ramp it up one more gear.
They certainly have. It was a 66 last lap, so they're just sort of vacillating around that 66, 65, 64. So it's just moving around slightly, but Rayner looking good. But there's no signs. Well, maybe there is a sign that Clark, because you just see Rayner just pushing that little bit there, and now Clark's being challenged.
And Jack is the class athlete in this field. He can test it. He can see who's ready to come with him. He looks poised to be able to launch himself off here as he starts to separate just a little bit. Can't miss him in those pink shoes and the famous moustache, as Rayner now just really starts to go through the motions. So Clark still in second there. Guzman still leading out this contingent behind him. Jack Bruce, Andre Waring. It's Sam McEntee, James Hansen, and Isaac Heen on the back of that. But at the moment, it's your defending champion just starting to flex his muscles a little bit.
So 2 kilometres to go. Jack Rayner 23.15 at the 8K mark. And a 62-second lap. That was the breaker for Matty Clark. It just took a 62, and that's where we're seeing that separation. We now see Guzman from Malta. He's leading the next pack. He has got Jack Bruce right on his heel. Also up there at the moment, we have... Sorry, I think that is Waring. So great run from Andre Waring. He's really showing his form here. He's got ahead of McEntee, the Victorian 10K champion, and also Hansen.
Jack Rayner was not interested in letting this go on any longer. He just wanted to see whether or not Clark could jump on the back. So he's done a fantastic job. Clark still sitting in second position there. Guzman leading out Bruce and Waring. A small gap back to Hansen now. McEntee starting to go backwards. Heen goes around his shoulder. As we come down the home straight, it's very quiet. Lots of people, but very quiet as Rayner now just starts to stalk away a little bit. Clark still charging down the home straight. It's Guzman, Bruce, Waring trying to get on the back of the second place getter, but at the moment Jack Rayner has a look down at his watch and he might really let it rip now.
The gap, 64 lap once again, so nice and consistent there, Jack Rayner. As we know, this guy's got the Australian record. He can run into the 27s. The slow pace tonight, we knew he had the ability to kick down. He's doing just that. Interesting that Clark's now in no man's land, but there's not much happening behind to really bridge that gap. So Matty Clark sitting comfortably at the moment in second, 4 laps out. Then it's the battle for that bronze medal.
It certainly is. Clark has a brief look on his inside shoulder there just to see where everybody is. There's 3 trying to come after him at the moment. Jack Rayner has put his foot down and stamped his authority. He's going to try and send it a little bit further along. So Rayner looking smooth. Clark behind him. Now it's Guzman, Bruce, Waring starting to get the better of Heen, Hansen and McEntee as they try and claw their way back. But at the moment, it is the class of Australian distance running teaching a lesson. It's Jack Rayner with 3 laps to go. He looks smooth and on his way to potentially repeat here in this men's 10,000 metre.
A lot of interest now in that chasing pack. I'd say Clark is just starting to feel the effects of that pace when he's tracking along with Rayner. And we're seeing Guzman, also Bruce and Waring there ready to pounce. Bruce looking fantastic. The taller figure sitting in the middle of that pack. He looks like he's ready to go at any stage here, Mitch.
He certainly does now. They're sort of biding their time a little bit. They're trying to come after Matty Clark in that second position. But up the back straight, it is all Jack Rayner. So he's going to keep on extending away here. Jack Rayner, Matt Clark in second. Guzman, Bruce, Waring getting the benefit of working off each other. Clark might be able to jump onto that if they're able to catch him. Heen is now leading out McEntee and Hansen just off the back there. Buchanan fighting on strongly. But as we start to approach this home straight, it is all Jack Rayner. He has a commanding lead here in the men's 10,000 metres and he looks set to join history as a back-to-back champion.
He's in the groove at the moment, 2:43, 2:42, 2:43, the last 3 kilometres, and we're just seeing Jack Rayner 2 laps out looking so smooth. So get prepared here, back-to-back wins Jack Rayner, as we're seeing a lot of moves here. Clark's gone right back through, so now it's a battle. Andre Waring has gone into second position. Bruce has gone with him. This is interesting.
Well, Andre Waring finds a gear and he says, come with me. Jack Bruce, the only one that can at the moment. Guzman behind them there. Matt Clark starting to slip back a little bit. If you don't like what Jack Rayner's doing, then you don't like distance running. He's up the back straight at the moment. He's got a 100-metre lead on Andre Waring, who's trying to break the spirits of the Queenslander behind him in Jack Bruce. Guzman starting to drop back ever so slightly. It's Heen up the back straight. McEntee, Clark and Hansen. But as we go over to the bend with the crowd, I can't even hear them, but Jack Rayner is putting on a clinic in this men's 10,000 metres as he enters the home straight for the second last time.
So come on, let's get behind our Australian record holder here. So Jack Rayner coming here round to hear the bell. Fantastic effort here from Andre Waring. He started life in the F grade 1500 at Milers Club. He's now on the biggest stage in Australia and he's on the podium. So Andre Waring, second in the Vic Champs at the moment. He's got the Queenslander just behind him, 1 lap to go.
So it's going to be an interesting battle for second and third, but at the moment as we look at the back straight, it's Jack Rayner. Waring making a huge push around the bend, but Jack Rayner looking so comfortable up this back straight. He's broken the road record, he's broken the 10K record on the track, and now he looks set to etch his name into the history books once more. It's Jack Rayner, 200 metres to go, 28:15 on the clock. As he approaches the crowd, we stand and salute Jack Rayner, who will try and go back to back in this men's 10,000. He'll become the 8th to do it. Ron Clark twice, Ian Blackwood, Andrew Lloyd, Monaghetti with 4 in a row, Luke Kepsagai, Emmanuel Bett and Stuart McSwain, and maybe just add one more name to the list. It's Jack Rayner as he salutes the crowd. Look at Waring come down the home straight, but it's Jack Rayner's moment and he's back to back. Andre Waring now comes through for an emphatic second place, and now coming down to the line for third will be Jack Bruce, the Queenslander. But what a performance, what a runner, what a champion.
Great performance. As expected, controlled the race. So Jack Rayner, let's give him that big Jess, give him the banner to hold up. It's going to be a good photo opportunity here. So Jack Rayner takes it out once again. What a performance. Andre Waring, what do you say? As I said, started off in the back blocks of the Milers Club, and he's now on the national stage. Clarkey, brave once again, fearless. He'll come through just under that 29:30 mark. His teammate Hayne just with him.
Well, that's phenomenal from Matt Clark. That is so hard to keep going after you've put yourself out there like that, and to be able to sprint down to the line is a great performance. And Andre Waring, he comes off a big training block at Perisher. He goes up, he puts his mind to it, he comes back, and that is the race of his life. So Andre Waring with the silver there. Jack Bruce comes through for a great third place. But it's all Jack Rayner as he goes back to back, and I believe Nick Wall has our Australian 10,000 metre champion with him.
Thanks, Mitch. Thanks, Mitch. Yes, I am down here with Jack. He's gone back to back. He gave us an amazing list of champions there, Mitch, that have done that double before. Jack, there's a prestigious list in front of you tonight. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm well aware of the list. It's pretty extensive, but yeah, stoked to etch my name up once more.
So the race was pretty slow early. Everyone let Geordie go there. He sort of put about 50 metres on you at one stage. There's a few people a bit twitchy in the crowd, maybe not understanding how you guys could work as a group and run him down. At any stage there, were you nervous about Geordie getting that 50-metre gap?
Not really. I knew we'd work him down. But yeah, I didn't want to let him get too far in front, but yeah.
So the Australian 10,000 metre championships here at Lakeside, you're a Melbourne boy. You grew up watching this. I saw you in the back straight when you were a junior watching the guys go round. You broke through as an under-20 junior champion yourself in Perth nearly 10 years ago now. You've stepped up to the road races, but you've come back to the track. Where is that sweet spot for you as an athlete?
Still figuring it out, honestly. I had a couple of years on the roads where I didn't really do any track races besides the Zatopek. So, yeah, I think it just made me so much stronger doing those really big weeks, doing marathon training. And then when it was time to go back to the track, it really translated in that strength in the back end of the race.
Now, training partner, Brett Robinson, just took down an Australian marathon record, a long-standing one on the weekend. Of course, the name De Castella, he took off there. The 10,000 metre Australian record at some stage, is it one of those ones that you've eyed off? You know, it's a reasonable athlete that holds at the moment. Do you reckon it's one you can take down in the future?
The 10K? Oh, who knows? I forgot it.
I know you do. Are you going to keep lowering? That's the question.
I would love to, yeah. I would love to break 27 minutes one day. So, yeah, something I'm got my eye on.
Yeah, great. Jack, look, we appreciate it here. The crowd on the track there, we heard your name being called as you went around the bend. What was it like running in front of a Victorian crowd, a lot of your mates?
Oh, it's ecstatic. Like, it's so good. I love how everyone's on the track for the 10K. You don't really get that too often. So, yeah, the support each lap really means a lot.
So, again, thank you very much, our Victorian and Australian 10,000 metre champion, Jack Rayner.
So we will be advancing on with our presentations for the 10,000 metres after these very exciting races. We'll do the women's first, the Victorian Championship, and then the actual Zatopek. For the Victorian Championship, we require Amelia Mazzadowney, Lauren Ryan and Natalie Rule, if they could make their way to presentations. And we also require Leanne Pompiani, Izzy Bat-Doyle and Rose Davies to be in the presentation area. So Amelia Mazzadowney, Lauren Ryan, Natalie Rule for the Vics, and also Leanne, Izzy and Rose for the championship.
Just a tick behind him there. It is going to be our New South Wales competitor, and behind him is Heen. So watch the move now. Jack Bruce starting to come up a little bit. Jordan Guzman coming up a little bit, and we haven't seen. I'll do it. So he's going to try and bring them through here at the moment. There's a good contingent behind him. Andy Buchanan starting to drop off the back of this secondary pack a little bit. Andre Waring approaches
round to hear the bell. Fantastic effort here from Andre Waring. He started life in the F grade 1500 at Milers Club. He's now on the biggest stage.
Rayner, as he salutes the crowd. Look at Waring come down the home straight, but it's Jack Rayner's moment, and he's back to back. Andre Waring now comes through for it.
So once again, can we have Amelia Mazzadowney, Lauren Ryan and Natalie Rule to presentations? Also Leanne, Izzy and Rose. If they could all make their way to presentations, we'll get that underway ASAP. In the men's, we will require Jack, Andre and Jack for the presentations for the Zatopek, and also Sam McEntee can join in for the presentations as the third Victorian. So before the crowd disperse too much, just a big thank you to our Victorian officials who've worked so well and so hard to make this event run so smoothly. Also, a very big thank you to our volunteer helpers. We've also really put on a great show here tonight. And a big thanks to the Victorian distance community for supporting the Zatopek once again in the 62nd running of this event. So once again for our women in the Victorian Championships, we need Amelia, Lauren and Natalie Rule. If they can go to presentations, Amelia, Lauren and Nat, and also Leanne, Izzy and Rose for the Zatopek. And in the men's championship, Jack Rayner, Andre Waring, Jack Bruce required. Also Sam McEntee, who took the bronze in the Victorian Championship. So if those athletes could please report to the presentation area, that would be fantastic, and we'll get underway with our presentations for the Zatopek Championship.
So, Mitch, we are just trying to find our runners, as you do it at every good distance meet. Our women have gone for a cool down around the lake, so we haven't found the presentations yet. So we're going to try and wrap it up here before we go to those medal presentations. It was an amazing night of racing. Lakeside brought what it always does. It brought the cold. But at the end there, Jack Rayner brought the heat.
Yeah, he certainly did, didn't he? I mean, it was like a boxing match early in that 10K. Everybody was just trying to jostle for a spot. They wanted to find themselves in a comfortable position, but I guess you're never truly comfortable in a 10K, and Jack just went, you know what? I've had enough. I've won this thing before. Why don't I just go out and win it again? And I know this would mean a lot to you, but obviously Matt Clark, what a performance. He went with Jack, and to do that and then also finish off the way he did, it was awesome. And Andre Waring for second. Didn't see that coming.
So the race before, of course, was the 10K, and we've just found them out of the tunnel there. So we will move to our 10K women's presentation, and we might come down here to wrap up the night.
Let's take our attention back to the infield. It is the presentation for the 2022 Zatopek Women's 10,000 metre Australian Championship. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 32:35.53, representing New South Wales, Rose Davies. The silver medalist in a time of 32:26.02, representing South Australia, Izzy Bat Doyle. And receiving the Australian Championship medal in a time of 32:20.35, representing the ACT, Leanne Pompiani. Leanne will also be presented with the Zatopek Women's Trophy by Trevor Vincent. Took part in the first Zatopek race back in 1961, placing third behind the great Ron Clark. And it's with great pleasure that we welcome Trevor. to the presentation area to make the presentation to Leanne Pompiani, our 2022 Zatopek Women's Champion. Time now for the presentation for the Victorian Women's 10,000 metre Championship. And our bronze medalist in a time of 33:10.38. It is Natalie Rule. It will be presented by Claire Burton, committee member, Athletics Victoria Board. Our silver medalist in a time of 33:02.25. It is Lauren Ryan. And the gold medalist, Victorian champion, in a time of 32:45.70, representing the Box Hill Athletic Club, it is Amelia Mazzadowney. Congratulations to Natalie, Lauren and Amelia, the medalists, the Victorian 10,000 metre Championship for 2022.
Could we have all of our men to presentation, please? Our men to the presentation. And we're going to continue wrapping up the evening here. I've got Jack just in front of us here, Mitch. He's just entertaining the crowd.
He's not listening. Men to presentation. Can we just get on them?
So, Mitch, we were just talking through. We just started chatting about the women's 10K just came and got their medals there as well. I think Leanne Pompiani is probably the breakthrough run. She said that's her first ever national title at any age, at any distance. So not a bad way to do it, the Zatopek 10.
No, absolutely not. What a way to come out. And Tim was mentioning it. He was saying that this year Pompiani's done such a good job of being able to execute and win. And in the call, I said, there's no bigger win than this. And it was flawless over that last couple of kilometres. Once she got that opportunity to lead, she didn't relinquish it, and she was phenomenal. And, to beat Rose Davies, to beat Izzy Bat-Doyle, to beat a plethora of talent in that field is just so impressive. And we were treated to just 10K beauty tonight across the board.
So we are still looking for Sam McEntee. So, Smack, if you're nearby, can we please get to presentations? Sam McEntee, can you make your way to presentations, please? We'd love to award those 10K medalists and get home here on this freezing cold night at Lakeside. I'm going to go back a little bit earlier in the evening to probably my highlight, and that was the men's 3,000. The men's 3K, the De Castella. It was no breakthrough run. Cameron Myers is now the Australian men's open mile champion. He's 16 years of age, Mitch. I saw you trotting around at 16, having some good runs, just going under 4 minutes. He's just run 3K tonight and kicked it down like an absolute veteran.
Yeah, that is stunning, and I love the backhand because I deserved it. But I mean, I didn't believe he was 16, and if you're Cam Meyer's parents, congratulations on whatever you're feeding him. You're doing a great job. He just looks like a man in a boy's body, but even the way he did it, he almost bullied his way into the front, and everybody just let him go. They just went, all right, let's get him through, and his kick was phenomenal. It was a great race, and yeah, that De Castella is such a good platform to the next stage. You think about all the winners that we've had, including recently Brett Robinson and the likes of what he's gone on to do. So it's a great stepping stone, and as you said, at 16, he can come back and back and back.
I think the interesting thing I found tonight in the pre-race, you were in the preview of the night, you were talking to Stu McSwain. He came 5th in that race as a junior. So Myers has potentially got 3 more years racing that age. It's scary to think what he could do, because his range, I think, is going to be pretty special as well. He said he's going to go around at the National Cross Trial in January, like many are. And that National Cross Trial obviously leads to a Home World Championships in Bathurst. And tonight I think we saw just a taste of how competitive these races are going to be probably the second week of January in Canberra, as these athletes try to make an Australian team. And it's not just the 6K and the 10K for the cross country, that magical and exciting 2x2K relay, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, that's going to be such a cool component of it. It's good to see that back in the event, but I mean, I sort of look at him a little bit like Morgan McDonald from when I was running juniors. He made that world cross country team as a below age and went again. And Cam Myers is on the precipice of being potentially even better than that. And that's a scary thought when you think about what Morgan's gone on to do. So I think those world cross trials are going to be a really good opportunity for us to see more of our junior talent, as well as, we just saw this 10K. Didn't expect it. And I'm not trying to say this that I didn't think he was great, but Andre Waring coming through second here, that puts him in the conversation of making a team. And all these people coming through, Pompiani, it's exciting.
The other one, of course, and I say the highlights of the night, and I've left out an Australian record. Amy Bunnage has just scored a 99 ATAR this week. She was quiet on the microphone tonight. She's off to Stanford. She's an academic genius, but tonight she showed that she's also Australia's fastest ever 17-year-old, over 3,000 metres, running 9 minutes flat.
That is just incredible. You saw I forgot I was on camera. I was looking at you so surprised there, but that was just, I was saying around the backstroke, I was talking to Steve Deneen, I said that might be the best 3K I've ever seen live. To do that solo, to do that on a cold, windy night at Lakeside is just phenomenal, and to head off to Stanford, they are known for just developing this distance talent, so she's in the right hands, and it's going to be just so exciting.
All right, we're going to throw back to Tim and our medal presentations for the men's 10,000 metres.
Thanks, Nick. And let's once again turn our attention to the vast crowd here left at Lakeside Stadium. It is the presentations for the Men's Australian Championship and also the Zatopek for 2022. Our bronze medalist in the Oz Champs in a time of 28:54.56, representing Queensland, Jack Bruce. The silver medalist in a time of 28:49.31, representing Victoria, Andre Waring. And our Australian champion, the Zatopek winner for 2 years in a row in a time of 28:46.30. Also from Victoria, Jack Rayner. Presentations being made by Peter Bromley, CEO of Athletics Australia. And once again, presenting the Zatopek Trophy is Trevor Vincent, life member from Athletics Victoria, absolute legend of the distance fraternity here. And Jack will be presented with the Ron Clark Award and hopefully the Zatopek Trophy, which should be floating around somewhere. Yep, so TV picking up that extensive trophy that's got the names of so many of his great friends and running companions over the years, and it's with great pride that Jack Rayner finds his name, once we get it engraved, back onto that trophy. So congratulations, Jack Bruce, Andre Waring, Jack Rayner, the medalist in the Australian Championship, and also Jack Rayner, the Zatopek champion for 2022. And our final presentation for the night, it is the Victorian 10,000 metre championship for 2022. And our medalists are the bronze medalists will be taken out by St Kevin's Sam McEntee in a time of 29.05.17. Presentation is being made by Rob Wendell, President of Athletics Victoria. The silver medalists represent the Box Hill Athletic Club in a time of 28.49.31. Andre Waring. And taking home all the silverware tonight in a time of 28.46.30 from the Great Western Athletics Club. It is our winner for 2022, Jack Rayner. So congratulations, Sam, Andre and Jack, the medalists in the Victorian Championship. So we'll throw back down. It's our post-event show. Whoa.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim Crosby. And for those that are left here, congratulations on being an amazing crowd and an amazing meet. It has been a very cold Melbourne. We've talked about it for a long time. It was rainy in Healesville yesterday, so that tells you how cold it is for those that are here in Victoria. Look, a big thank you to all those that have been involved tonight. We saw some great racing we've touched on. We've already mentioned our main two winners, Leanne and obviously Jack. Big breakthrough, of course. We talked about Cameron Myers in terms of just stepping up as a junior and the Australian record. Lastly, we're talking about Amy Bunnage. Mitch, it's been a team effort here tonight, Athletics Australia, Athletics Victoria, presenting this ADAPEC 10. We've talked about we move to World Cross Trials next. What are you looking forward for the rest of the summer?
Yeah, it's really exciting. This is only the start of the athletic season. It's so good to have this at the beginning of it. I think World Cross Country Trials are obviously a highlight, but we have another Milers Club next week. We have Rare Air, we have High Velocity, we have so many great things, and I'm talking exclusively Victorian, but obviously across the nation we have so many great events coming up. You've got Nationals next year. I just think we're in such a great place in athletics at the moment, and hopefully we can keep developing and building, and a lot of that comes from the volunteers that help out as well. It's coaches, it's parents, it's everybody that's involved. So I think that to everybody that participates in athletics and to everybody that helps those athletes get better, it's truly a special thing. Is have a look at this. This is a real treat.
I was just
I'm
about
the shortest in the middle here.
I was just about to say thank you, Tim, and good night. You've joined us. Look, it has been a great night. Tim, tell us your highlight. We've already given us ours.
I've been a Leanne Pompiani fan for a long, long time, and to see her win this and the emotion of the win, I think that was great. But also Bunnage, I've seen her ups, I've seen her downs, and all we're seeing at the moment are the ups. And I think as we go towards 2023 for the World Cross Country and various other events, Amy Bunnage, she's looking good, looking healthy, and I think we've got a real star on our hands there. But that women's race, the way it wound up, loved it. The call, he got excited 7 laps out, and I thought, can he go any decibels higher? And he could. But then just that control from Jack Rayner. This guy is a star, and we've watched him in this Victorian system for how long? We've seen him running for Western Athletics for how long, and now he's on the top of the game. Yeah,
we talked about that when he had his big breakthrough as a under 25,000 metre champion. I think it was Perth 2013, I reckon, from memory. So it's nearly 10 years. Since he had that first junior title, and now he's just rolled on with 2 back-to-back, and the first one to do 2 Australian championships in the same year in the 10,000 metres. Pretty unusual stat that we never thought we'd get.
Yeah, and what a great guy for it to go to. We were talking to Stewie McSwain pre-event, and Stewie is just one of the givers of this sport. This guy will go out of his way to help us out at grassroots level, right through to elite. Jack Rayner, same, born and bred the same way. Great family, been brought up well. Initial coaching was solid and strong. Then he's moved on to a stronger group, as we often do see, and he's thriving within that environment. And it's just really good to see for our sport.
Well, look, thanks guys again for the night. We've had Tim on the microphone upstairs doing all the 10Ks like he always does so well down here. He's had all his help up there with his lap counting. Mitch Dyer, always a pleasure for someone to get excited with 12 laps to go on the Break the Decibel volume here at Lakeside early. And we had Isaac Bibelet obviously join us earlier. And it would have been done without the amazing work behind a Lockie Rayner upstairs tonight. So thanks again for the team.
No, thank you so much, Nick, and it's always an honour to call with you two gentlemen here. You called me plenty of times as a junior, so it's a real thrill to be able to sit between you two. I feel like a son between 2 dads. It's a beautiful moment down here. But
well, can I just add to the family? I'd just like to say hello to Glenn Turner. Hopefully he's still sitting up watching. Glenn was supposed to be with us, but through a family tragedy, is not here. He's still down in Tassie, and Glenn, you're with us in spirit for sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Tim, and good night from all from Athletics Victoria and Athletics Australia here at Lakeside in Melbourne. ADAPEC 10, 2022.
There's plenty of spice in the kitchen at the moment, and they're starting to get cooking up the back straight. So Pompiani, she's still asking the
Fantastic effort here from Andre Waring. He started live in the F-grade 1500 at Milan's Club. He's now on the biggest stage.
Rayner, as he salutes the crowd, look at Waring come down the home straight, but it's Jack Rayner's moment, and he's back to back. Andre Waring